Good morning. What's going on? Why is this trying to connect over and over and over? That's weird. All right, we're going to get on Grid. Apparently, Gridol is camped out inside Fallen Watch for reasons, apparently. For reasons which I am not privy to. But it's going to be a short stream for me today anyway. I've got stuff and things to do today. Stuff and things to do. But we're going to play for a little bit. Play on Ye Olde Beastmaster. Okay, cool. I need to get... This is 39, right? Yeah, I need to get to 39 and then try to... I gotta go run back to town. Another thing I thought about doing today was getting on the wizard and teleporting around to different places and showing off different places where people can XP. So, I don't know. I kind of want to do that because I do want to make a video on it and just splice it together. Kind of sort of want to do that, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't know. Let's play this guy for a few minutes. Oh my gosh, did I change my gamma setting? Sure enough did. I sure did. Come here, Wasp. Stay passive. I got a feeling that that Sean's probably going to stream today, which is not great for me, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Bob has a meeting in 5 minutes. We'll join you after. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be here for a bit. I might get on my wizard and teleport around some. And I kind of want to show some different places that people can XP at different levels. Confirm deep races in the next patch if we don't have actual confirmation of that yet. Yeah, it's supposed to be coming early September, so that would be right. It would be sometime this week, maybe. At least that's the idea. What's up, Vor? How you doing? So yeah, I gotta figure out what I want to do. What I've been doing for the last few days is leveling up Fighter without twinking, trying to see the different camps and think outside of the box for what might be overcamped, etc. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about doing on my wizard, is jumping around and showing off a lot of different camps. My goodness. Come on, Wasp. Get aggro. Alright, well, I guess the Wasp doesn't really want to get aggro today, so... Might be because he doesn't have haste. Let's give him haste. But yeah, that's what I kind of want to do. Happy Friday. What's going on, Ketalone? How are you? But yeah, we could spend a couple hours today just going and checking out different camps. For like level, you know, where to go from level 1 to 5, and then where to go from, you know, 5 to 10, etc. Let the deep be empty on EA. Excellent. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm kind of waiting for the deep. Excuse me. I'm kind of waiting for the deep to come out before I actually do a leveling guide, per se, of like where to go. So that's why I'm kind of waiting on that. Because I might make a deep character. I kind of want to mess around a little bit with the Inquisitor. Yeah. Relabel the old guide on YouTube? No, I'll just make a new one. You know, whatever. People got to figure it out. Yeah, there's a lot. There's gonna be a lot of new places coming in. That's why I've been kind of hesitant about making any type of YouTube content, because it's changing so quickly. Roll a druid to show how OP they are. Yeah, I thought about doing that a few times. Oh my gosh, dude, what is going on with the aggro today? Did they change the Wasp pet? He does not want to get aggro. My gosh, my ear itches like you wouldn't believe. Silly Wasp. No, I mean, I think people already know how OP the Druid is. They're gonna... The people that want to know, they know, and the people that just want to argue it are going to argue it. So I'm kind of over talking about that. Certain classes are just OP. I mean, it's just clear. The charm is still way too strong. And we've been talking about that in the guild a lot lately. Really enjoyed your leveling guide for Night Harbor. Maybe Evershade Weld one. Yeah, I want to do one for Evershade Weld also. You know, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I want to be able to do Evershade Weld, the Deep, and Night Harbor, like a level 1 through 5 guide. I could just do an Evershade Weld run through, like this whole area on my wizard, and make one video, and just kind of go to different places. Show where they are. So, push, fall, and watch adjustment this morning. Lot more rats at the zone in. They have a lot more rats at the zone in. I thought they were going to take rats away. Did they actually publish info on that? Where is it at? This one. Game announcements. Yeah, this is the old patch from the 22nd. So just, yeah, it just says follow and watch updates. So nothing special that they called out. But I did hear from one of the devs about it. So that they're a couple things that they're adjusting. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of tired of talking about the OP classes. At this point, people either know that they're OP or they don't care that they're OP. You know? Bum 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 bum. Oh, these are light blue now. I need to actually go to a different camp. I probably should go to a different camp. Try something new, you know? Oh my gosh, bee. Holy moly. The bee is struggling today. Like, what's going on? Or the wasp. Whatever this thing is. He doesn't know what's happening. I saw they were making adjustment to Fallen Watch for training, but did you guys ever figure out what was causing those massive trains? We did, yeah. Well, we know part of it anyway. We don't know all this stuff. Why is this not casting heal? What the heck is happening, dude? My bee is getting destroyed. Okay, come on. Come on, wasp. Get him off of me. There you go. Heard that Paladin Elementalist are next. Paladin is definitely next. Elementalist, I think, is soonish. It's a-coming. I've got a feeling that Paladin's going to end up being really powerful, depending on what they do with its abilities. They could overtune it like they did with the Cleric. Paladin sounds like it's going to be OP. Inquisitor rework sounds like a real disappointment, though. Inquisitor rework sounded good to me. It just depends on what you want out of the class. I thought the darkness at the Fallen Watch zone in was supposed to be adjusted to not be so dark. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. We can run through Evershade Weld area, though, and show off some stuff. I'm trying to think. They were saying the walls were not rendered right, is why they were absorbing light. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Fallen Watch entrance, but it is super dark. Like, crazy dark. Like, when you go inside and you just turn around and look behind you, it's just pitch black. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about the lighting in this game. Like, half the time it's so dark and you complain about it and they're like, oh, that's a bug. And then the other half the time they're like, oh, that's intended. So I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing. I just want EA to start. I feel like I'm wasting my time playing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that too, a lot. Which we kind of are wasting our time playing it right now. The main thing we're doing at the moment is learning. And then testing out the bugs and stuff. Trying to just get things, help them get things where it needs to be for early access launch. But as far as like gameplay is concerned, we're absolutely wasting our time. Like all of this stuff. Like, I probably shouldn't even be playing this character right now. Like, I'm just not going to have enough time to really do much with it. What is wasting time, really? Exactly. Like, you know. You having fun? Then I guess you're not wasting your time. I don't know. I guess it all depends on each person. Someone say EA are not wasting time to play video games. Yeah. Some people say that playing video games is a waste of time in general. Here, let's get on the we'll get on the wizard. We'll try to pop around to a few camps. Let me look at something here. Good morning, iTodd. Twitch was lagging yesterday? Yeah, it was bad, man. I tried to stream last night and show you guys some of the deeper parts of Fallen Watch, but unfortunately, Twitch was like just terrible for a while. So I just shut the stream down and gave up on it yesterday. Reaching in the barrel, getting nothing? Yeah. Feels bad. Okay, let's get on. We're on the wizard. Let's go gate. I made the unfortunate mistake of not falling asleep yet and playing like a degenerate all night. And I have today off. Now I see Criddle live on Twitch, and I now effed up because, I mean, it's tomorrow. It is tomorrow, yes. GTA 6 is going to make your stock happy. It probably will, yeah. I know where you're at. Is it the multi-layered place? There's two places that have snow. There's this place, which is the entrance to Glinting Hollow, and then there's the inside of Glinting Hollow. Both of them have snow. Okay, where is... Let's go to the main entrance where people start at here, and we'll start there. We'll try to splice some stuff together. Ogre will live in the Snowland. Where will High Elves live? I don't know. I don't think they've they made any of the High Elf. I guess that'll be like East Tim area. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't think they've made any of the High Elven area yet. I kind of feel bad for ogres. If ogres want to go into Glinting Hollow, they have to first come over here, kill a bunch of orcses, raise their faction so that they're not KOS inside of the town here. And then be able to do the Glinting Hollow quest. It's going to be rough. Okie dokie. Let's get on down here. To the newbie lift. Looking at Glinting Hollow, guess I'm just looking for an entire ice zone, Hollis area. They'll probably do that. That'll probably be in the north, like, yeah, north of this area here. Looks like it might be a mountain range. Starting area for dwarves or something. Something like that. All right, let me turn that volume down a little bit. Okay. I don't want to use this. Let's get rid of those. Change this here. What? Well, that's annoying. I can't change my my path to save. To save videos. Well, I got 31 gigs. That should be enough on that drive. Maybe. Mayhaps not. We shall see. All right, so let's think. Let's think. So let's talk about Evershade Weld areas to level. We'll start out with low-level stuff, and then we'll kind of work our way up. This is the Evershade Weld side of the world. So when you start over here with a Halfling or a Wood Elf, this is the general area you're going to be starting at. This is the newbie lift, or what they have dubbed the newbie lift. So you should be able to find this pretty easily. And then from level 1 to about 5, you just want to fight whatever you can. You're going to see like wandering skeletons. Well, that one just kind of got killed by a guard over there. You'll see wandering skeletons in different places. Bugs running around, these bats over here. And this is pretty much all you're going to do for the first few levels is fight all of these things. These skeletons, bats, wolves, the wolf pups, actually. And from there, you're then going to probably want to make your way up to these bees. So there's wasp up here in this ruins area. So you'll eventually make your way up here. Fight some of these. If you have like group in the very beginning, this is a good place to come to and just start slaughtering these wasps. They are social. This is where you're going to learn about social aggro. A lot of the other stuff isn't going to really be social in the beginning, but there's a ton of things to just fight up here around in this area. So that is definitely where I would start from level 1 through about 5 or so. How long did it take you to get to 60 roughly on each character? It depends, man. Like it's going to depend on your play style. It's going to depend on if you're solo, if you're duo, if you're in a full group. It's going to depend on way too much stuff. If you're a solo class, you know where to go and what to fight, and you're like on a really good solo class, you can do it in under 200 hours. If you're trying to do it in a full group and you're playing on a group focus class, it could take you over 500 hours. So it really, it's a drastic difference between them right now. So I can't really tell you the average or anything like that. It's just not it's not really possible. Because if you're playing like a rogue, you have to have a group. There's nothing you can do about it. You're not going to be able to solo up to 60 on a rogue in any reasonable amount of time. Which means that you're going to be looking at 400 plus hours most likely. If you're playing a necromancer, you can do it in 150 to 200 hours. So it depends. Show them the jump off from the lift into the water. Well, down here. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that. You're talking about from like right there, you can jump down into the water. Yeah. That'll get a lot of people killed probably. Let's see. Where else do we want to go over here? There's just like... trying to think. So what class did you pair with your fighter that leveled really well, or would you pair with it now? I mean, a fighter and shaman is probably your best bet. You get the heals, you get the haste, you get the slows, you get all the buffs. Fighter plus shaman is good. Shaman in any melee class is really good for a duo. So, yeah. Let's see. Where else can we show off? How's the shaman rework looking? It's good. I mean, the shaman didn't change much. They just took away the pet. They nerfed its cannibalize, but the overall shaman is still a good class. It's a very good class. It's got great buffs. It's got great debuffs. It's got decent healing. It's got decent damage through its dots and direct damage spells. It's just a really solid class. They didn't really change that much with it. They just kind of took a few things away, lowered its power level some. They basically nerfed it, is what they did. So, yeah. Fighter's doing good DPS. I like it more than my rogue. The fighter does do very good DPS, yeah. I still say the fighter does too much DPS and probably should be lowered. Lower their DPS, increase their threat, and then, yeah, like it needs to be balanced. The other classes, like it's just not balanced. The fighter DPS is up there with some of the DPS classes, and it shouldn't be that high, in my opinion. I mean, it should be high for a tank, but it should not be up to DPS standards. Looking at Beastmaster, but kind of on the fence now since they took the shaman parts out. Yeah, it's a martial class now. I like the Beastmaster personally. Mine's 38, I think, level 38. Beastmaster is really solid, but you have to get different pets for different abilities or different utility, I guess. But yeah, overall, the Beastmaster pet I think is really good. It's one of the higher damage right now. Spellblade being the highest DPS. I think that Beastmaster is not too far behind. It's pretty solid DPS. I think the Monk is pretty solid DPS now. I do notice that monks oftentimes will pull aggro from my tank. I'm pretty sure without taunt. They just do a lot of damage. So, yeah. Surely they can balance things like damage easily. They need to get the vibe right first. They can balance things like damage, sure, but they just haven't done it. I've been playing this game for a year, and the damage balance has really just not been there. Fighter's been always a little bit too high. Certain classes have always just been a little bit too low. Like the Rogue I feel like has just been low the whole time, and they just don't seem to be adjusting those numbers much. Sometimes they swing the pendulum from one side all the way to the other side and just make one class either way overpowered or way underpowered. And then other times they just do these micro changes that don't make any sense. So, like, who knows what they're going to do at this point? Like, I couldn't tell you. I have no clue what the plan is with the damage, but the balance right now throughout the game is just kind of rough. Let's see. So as you level up from the newbie lift, you're going to want to start coming out farther from the lift itself. So you're still going to see a lot of the low-level stuff throughout here. But if you come straight out from the newbie lift this direction, you'll start running into some mobs over this way that are slightly higher level. If we can find them. So there's some wolves over here, and there's a fallen log, which I'll show you as well, over a different direction. But over here, there are wolves that I think are around level 8. So as you level up past 5 in the Evershade Weld area, you'll eventually want to make your way over here. Well, there's a couple different places you can go, but this is one of the places. So right over here, you're going to have wolves, which apparently somebody has killed at the moment. But you have wolves over here. You have these skeletons. So these are like level 8-ish skeletons. And then you have these orc warriors and stuff. These are, I think these go around level 10 or so. So you do all of those. And then around this backside here is another really good spot when you hit this level range. So around, 10-ish, you can start doing this stuff. So like starting around 8 and then coming up to about 10. These old elven skeletons, I believe, are going to be 8+ to around 10. And then there's a small cave right over here that you have some orc in. So if you want to get a group together, kill some of these orcs, I believe there's a name that spawns in the back, and then there's a couple named also that spawn off of, I believe, the shaman spawns. So if you see a shaman, those can be a name. There's like over here in this area, there's one that spawns there or can spawn there. And then down here is another spawn spot for another named shaman. Like right here next to this large tree. It's another good spot. And then over here with these orc are standing all the way over here in this distance over there. So that's another solid spot for around level 8 to 10. And then I would say after that, you want to try to make your way into Blacktide Bay if you're on this side of the world. I would highly recommend trying to get into Blacktide Bay. So to get into Blacktide Bay, you come up here. You're going to go inside this wall. So I'm going to show you another landmark to make it easy to find. The other landmark is right over here. I'm going to pull all these skeletons. Hopefully I don't train anybody. But there's a log right here, a fallen log. It's a great landmark. A lot of mobs you can fight right around here that are around the level 5 range or so, these skeletons and spiders and whatnot. So another good spot for 5. But if you can come down this log right here, find that, and then you're going to come right over this way to get into Blacktide Bay. Highly recommend going in there, starting around level 10 with a group. Duo, trio could probably even be fine starting at level 10. But you want to come in here this way, and you're just going to go through the fake wall that's over here. Avoid these mobs if you can, or fight through them if you're trying to get XP. But you want to go straight through this wall, and then up here. And then you'll drop down in here. And there's 2 ways to get into Blacktide Bay from this entrance. So you want to come up to this little thing right here, and you're going to click that, or on the other side where that lever is right there, you just click that. So you just left click it, and it'll zone you in. And you are inside of Blacktide Bay. To get out, you click on this one right here, or the lever over here on this side. Either one of those will zone you out. This level, or this dungeon, goes from like level, I would say 10. I wouldn't come in here before level 10, unless you have a full group, and you still might struggle, but you can do this one. So this one goes from like level 10 all the way up to about level 30-ish, 30 plus, if you go into the deeper parts. I'm probably not going to run through it. I might run through it a little bit. We'll see as we get higher level and go over some of that stuff. But you go down either of these paths, and it leads into some mobs, and then you just kind of explore. I would highly recommend bringing a group in here, though. A CC person is highly recommended. If you are a duo or trio, you can sit up here. I think there's one mob that spawns right here, and then a pather that comes up either both of these sides or one of these sides. So you are safe to kind of sit back here by the exit and XP. And then a lot of people like to go down here to the bottom in XP. Just be careful for the pather that comes down here, but people like to sit in these tunnels. Also, you're going to see a lot of trains in early access, especially when there's a lot of people just running around here. Tons of trains. People like to camp right here, or they like to camp right here. These are both bad places to camp. Do not recommend, but you can sit down here if you want to. There's mobs that spawn here, spawn over here. Tons of mobs all throughout here around the level 10 to 12 range, and then they just go up from there. So great place to start around that level. Did they leave you in Fallen Watch? They sure did leave me in Fallen Watch. We can go do that if we want to, Isar. Did you guys want to go farm some of that stuff if we can get a group together? I don't know if we can get people down there, though. Want to do other things before people get on? What do you want to do? I mean, I can get out, I'm sure. I'll figure out a way to get out. I think I have an IVU potion on Criddle, but I don't know the best way to get out. Yeah, Dula and Hoku are always exploring Fallen Watch. They've been in there a ton. You're in Fallen Watch right now? Well, we can do stuff if you guys want to. Do you guys want to do Fallen Watch stuff? I can switch over. I don't know. I've got like 4 hours to do kind of whatever. And then I've got to go. If I want out. Well, the problem is, Vor, is where I'm located. Like, you'd have to get to me, which is not an easy place to get to. Here's Dula. Dula Oblongata. So yeah, this is like a safe space. And then yeah, there's just lots of mobs everywhere. This item can be used in crafting. Interesting. Interesting. So I guess you take this, you probably just upgrade it. Oh, I gotta figure out where I can put this. Holy moly. Where's my satchel? Oh shoot, I didn't bring a satchel. Wait, there's my satchel. Hang on a minute. Grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that. And there we go. All right. Cleanse the boots, probably. Yeah. But yeah, if we want to try to get people up here. What race cleans boots? Halflings? Probably, yeah. We did get some really good shoulders last night. Check those out. Best in slot tank shoulders now that we know of. Insanity. There's a full set of those defiled items. Yeah, I think that's the zone-wide armor that Sean was talking about. Well, how do these look? They look cool? Not really. Yeah, we'll figure it out. The quest line that replaces Wormsbane armor, is that what you're referring to? I mean, it seems kind of like something like that. We don't know. We just found out about it. So, yeah, no clue on that. No idea. But my inventory is starting to get bananas again. Let's just get rid of this. Crazy bananas. And my food and water is starting to get low. My inventory will drive you nuts? Why? It's actually fairly organized. This has just been I mean, I've just been, I was here all night last night doing stuff. Someone can drag corpses. Yeah, Silence can drag you. If you want to die at the entrance, Silence can drag you up here. And then we can res and kill stuff. Vor, if you want to come, Dory, like we have a whole group pretty much between Hoku, Dula, me, Isar, Dory, and Vor. That's a full group right there. We could do some stuff. Let's do it. Somebody bring me some food and water, though, please. Because I am really low on food and water. I have to do a counseling call in a few minutes. Not sure on length. Then I should be free. All right. Yeah, sounds good. Almost done at the gym. All right. Yeah, we can do this. Just so many mobs at Fallen Watch. The amount of trash is wild. It is crazy, yeah. Yeah, Vor, if you want to go die and Fallen Watch, Silence can drag you up here so that when you are ready to do stuff. Get some food and water. All right. Yeah, that's fine too. That sounds good to me. But yeah, silence can drag you up here, and then I guess we can log in Kaz. I guess Kaz is logged up here. That's why we need Call of the Hero. Exactly. Like, it's silly. Like, we're having to do these weird, like, shenanigans to basically do the same thing. You know, to me, with the whole removing Call of the Hero thing, it's like they don't want you to do it, but then they have other ways that you can do the same thing. So, you know, it's like, it's just silly. The players are going to find out a way to do it. And then you're just going to have to constantly fight them on how to remove it. So just give them the tools, you know, that they need. I think Call of the Hero should be a thing that is just on a longer cooldown. Personally. I thought it was just Nick that didn't want the EQ Call of the Hero. Looks like I was wrong. No, it's kind of the whole dev team. Nick is the one that took it out. Nick didn't want it either, because the reason that Nick didn't want it specifically, from what I understand, is because he didn't want people to be able to muster raids very quickly. So basically log in, summon everybody to a raid location, because he wanted people to do a foot race to raids. He wanted everybody to get to, you know, zone in, raid mob spawns, everyone zones in, and then runs as fast as they can, strafing and jumping and doing all the shenanigans to get there. That's what he thought was fun gameplay, which I'm sure some people like that gameplay. So he didn't want people using Call of the Hero. But the other devs also don't want Call of the Hero. I don't think Sean likes it either. You know, it's just, I think they think that it makes the game too easy to get to places, but it's like, we're going to figure out ways to do it anyway. So now what we're doing is our characters are dying, and then we're dragging them to a location, rezzing them up, and then boom. Like, it's kind of the same thing, really. How many stacks? Probably just one stack. Well, I don't know. One stack of each is probably fine. If you can get, you know, fill out this right here. I've got 9 water, 13 rations left, and then, yeah, probably just one stack. I don't have a whole lot of inventory space left. I can get rid of this. We got 10, 10, 10. Oh my gosh. Sure, let's do that and tick everyone off. Yeah, it's the whole thing. They should just give a wizard a summon like Warlock and WoW, so people will take them more in dungeons raids. That's what I think they should do. Yeah, like, I think that having the Elementalist or the Wizard have abilities where they cast a spell and then they open a portal for another character, but you have to have like 2 people click on it or whatever. So you need like 2 or 3 people minimum to be able to summon another player. I think that's a good idea. You know, I like that they did that with World of Warcraft, and I think they should do that in this game. Even add a component cost to it so that it costs a little bit of money to do. You know, things like that, and make it difficult. Make it to where you can only cast it every 30 minutes. Make it have a component cost, and make it require 2 other people. So, you know, a lot of requirements for it, but you can still do it. Because how we do it right now is actually really simple. It's literally diet zone in, drag corpse, res corpse. Like, you don't even really need that much. That's how we're currently doing it. And now, unless they change something with stealth, again, and they nerf stealth more, which then the rogues are going to be like, dude, why are you nerfing stealth? It's the only thing we have. You know, it's just that whole thing is just kind of weird. So we'll have to see what they do, though. Me and my 2 friends want to run a trio a lot. I am kind of stuck between being a shaman, cleric, or necro. Is corpse summon really a huge boon? No, it is not. Or would I be better off being a healer? You'd be better off being a healer if you're trying to run a trio. I would go tank, healer, enchanter. To be honest, that's what I would do. That's going to be your best trio in the game right now. It's going to be insane. You're going to be able to do pretty much everything in the game except for the raid content. You'll be able to, get around, do all sorts of stuff. Specifically, a Shadow Knight. And if you have an enchanter, I'd probably go Shadow Knight, cleric, enchanter if you want to be like amazing all the way to level 60. And I know that cleric, I'm like, oh, cleric's not really worth it because they don't bring a lot to the party. But if you have an enchanter and you have a Shadow Knight, you don't need much else other than just the most amount of heals, which would be a cleric. Miss the Speed of the Wild. Yeah, that's the other thing. You're not going to have Speed of the Wild. If you're in dungeons, Speed of the Wild doesn't even work anymore. So it's not as important. It's only going to be good for getting you from A to B. So if you can get Speed of the Wild in town, get to the dungeon you want to do stuff at, and then once you're inside the dungeon, it doesn't matter. There are Speed of the Wild potions that you can get that are, I don't think I have any on me though, that are 30% run speed. So you can always get those to run back. Or you can just gate back on 2 of the characters, like have 2 characters gate back and then run back out, leave your Shadow Knight there and just have, you just got to figure out ways to do it. There's Sal potions. They're called like intrada, whatever, blessing. But yes, the Speed of the Wild potions have 30% run speed. So base Speed of the Wild is 40% run speed. Maximum Speed of the Wild is 60% run speed. So it's less than half of the run speed of Speed of the Wild at max level. But you can make them, yeah. Super educational. That's all we do here. We educate. That would be fine if they didn't make a minimal cost of 10 gold. Yeah, the summon corpse is expensive. Right now they're 10 gold. That's why people generally don't use them. But what I think that they should do, instead of making them 10 gold for all levels, they should have different levels of coffins. So like a coffin that summons a level 1 to 10 character would be like a silver, If it's a level 11 to 20 character, it could be 10 silver. If it's, and then once you get to higher levels, it just gets more expensive. That I think would be good. Because nobody's really going to use the low level. You're not going to use 10 gold summon for a less than level 50 character. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even use it for a level 50 character, personally. I would figure out a different way. You get a rogue to go and grab your corpse, or a monk to grab your corpse, or, something that can invis or IVU or whatever, and go grab it and pull it back out for you. It's just way better. Like, nobody's going to use a 10 gold summon corpse. So, yeah. Seems like that would have been the most logical approach. Logic is not always the best. Does stealth work like P99? I don't know how stealth works in P99, but probably. Stealth in this game currently is basically an immune to all enemies for the most part. If the enemy is higher level than you, then they have a chance of seeing you if you get too close to them. But stealth right now works really, really well. I would just mess around with it. If you use stealth, just mess around with it, figure out how it works. It's very strong. And that hypothetical trio, could shaman or Druid do as good of a job. Yeah, so Shaman and Druid can heal just fine for groups, for all content in this game. The Cleric is really only the better healer in the late game stuff, like high level 60 plus kind of stuff. The Druid and the Shaman are just fine. In fact, we use Druid and Shaman most of the time in our guild because we only have one high level Cleric, and he hasn't really been on that much lately. So we barely even use Clerics at all. We're constantly using Druid and Shaman for everything we do. But the Cleric is very good, and it's great for having a high level Cleric for high end content. Rogues used to do it for a cheaper fee if they were in the area, free money for them. Yeah. We were thinking of Inquisitor, Cleric, Monk. You can do Inquisitor, Cleric, Monk, sure. Yeah, that's a solid trio. The Inquisitor replaces the Enchanter, so you don't really need the Enchanter. The Monk also allows you to split pull things. So the Monk could split pull, so you don't really need an Enchanter at all to break things up. So yeah, that's a solid trio as well. Also seems coffins would be something you could craft via carpentry. I mean, yeah, but I think they want it to be a money sink. I think that's the whole point of the coffins is more of a money sink. Yeah, we gotta figure out what to do with these boots, man. Like, I don't know. I mean, the stats on them are garbage, but if they're used in crafting, like, what's the AC on these? Out of curiosity, comparatively. So yeah, these are already 10 higher AC. So if we can get these stats comparable to this, I wonder why they have -5 disease though. Oh, it's because they have the Plague-born magics on them. I'm guessing you just have to clean these up. That's funny that these are well polished and these are defiled. We just got to polish them up, you know? How you cleanse the gear is the question. I don't think it's it is a question, yes. My guess is the Wand of Restoration. Wand of Restoration, defiled Sabatons, crafted, boom. You've restored defiled Sabatons to their full. That Wand of Restoration, though, is kind of a pain to get. I think Sean mentioned their plans for crafting to play a predominant role in economy. I think it does, yeah, but that's their plan. It just currently doesn't do that. They have adjusted it recently with that last big patch where they took blacksmithing, tailoring, and leatherworking, where you have to buy all of your recipes to be able to craft everything. So that is a huge part of the economy now. It's expensive to buy all of those recipes. It's like buying spells, you know, super expensive. So crafters are going to have to spend a lot of their money that they earn to buy their trade skill stuff, which is probably just going to increase the price of all the trade skill stuff, and they're going to pawn that off on the other players. But it will remove a lot of money from the economy. The issue that I have with it, though, is why would you want to buy all of the different trade skill recipes? Like, why would you want to buy, you know, cloth pants? You know, even a linen robe. Like, why would you buy any of those things? because they don't. All they do is just have armor on them. A linen robe, like, what, you gonna sell that to somebody? Somebody actually gonna wear that? No, they're not. Nobody's gonna use that. They're gonna try to get statted gear. So, unless the only thing that I would say is if they make it where you have to craft a robe, then you craft like enchanted cloth and weave the enchanted cloth into the robe and make it, right? Then you need to have both, but yeah. A lot of stuff is changing in the early game with crafting. It is, yeah. What's your advice on gear a tank in the early game? 1 to 15. We're just running around patched rawhide and EA. Yeah. What I would recommend, run around if you don't want to craft, then run around and just pick up patched rawhide and all that kind of stuff. If you know somebody that wants to craft and is willing to go out and get copper, get a set of copper plate. That's probably what I'll do, is I'll probably find somebody that has copper that's leveling blacksmithing in the early levels and just get a set of copper plate off of them, and that'll carry me to level 20. And then at level 20, I will get the bronze plate that drops off of enemies. And then from there, I will probably start getting statted gear as we go and camp it, depending on what we're doing. Right now, my plan is to try to get a group together, a full group of 6, and actually XP with a full group of 6 inside of dungeons and get gear as we level. That's what I would like to do. The only reason I don't want to do that is if they make it to where solo and duos and trios are still the best XP in the game, then we're not going to do that. We're going to go and we're going to duo. We'll solo, duo, or trio as much as we can, and then we'll group up together, get some gear, and then go back to our duos and trios or whatever, and keep leveling that way. It's just the fastest way to level. Why spend 400 or 500 hours leveling to 60 when you can do it in 200 hours, and that leaves you 200 extra hours to go camp mobs and go camp gear at higher level? It's kind of dumb, honestly. Like, it's really dumb that they have it set up that way. There will be a min-max list, and only mobs will buy all the junk recipes. Yeah, or only noobs. Yeah, only noobs will buy. Exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. People are going to say, buy this to level up this, buy this to level up this, buy this, and then you're just going to level it up that way. Like right now, I would say for tailoring, for example. For tailoring, you want to turn scraps into padding or into bolts. Those are the only two things to turn cloth into. Do that until it turns green. Once it turns green, you want to then make, I think, mask or belt is going to be the cheapest thing to do. So you'll use the stuff that you've already, if you do bolts, for example, you make a bunch of bolts, you use the bolts to make mask, and then you do that up until the next tier, and then you rinse and repeat. Then you make more bolts with the wool, and then you make mask, and then you go to the next tier of cotton, make bolts, then you make mask, and you just keep going back and forth. I mean, that's probably going to be the best way to do it. And nobody's going to buy any of the other stuff. They're just going to skip it all. Group is so easy. I feel it's normal for it to be low XP. Soloing is easy. Like, I don't know what to say. Certain classes can solo really well. Duo, if you can't solo, you duo, and you're going to get far faster XP, and they're both easy. So I don't know. I don't know what to say other than that. You get twice as much XP. Like, why would you not do that? What are the good solo duo classes? Necro is probably the best overall solo class in the game. But yes, as far as solo classes, Necromancer, Druid, Enchanter, Beastmaster, Elementalist, Archer. Kind of in that order. Like, might change a little bit, but approximately that order. There's no downtime soloing? Yeah, very little downtime. I think a good group, I can get 20% max. Even bad classes can get good XP soloing. Getting 15% on a rogue at 55. Yeah. Like, it's... I'm telling you guys, like, I'm not going to argue it with people anymore because people are just flat out wrong. Because I'm just tired of explaining it over and over and over for people just to tell me that grouping is better than soloing. I promise you that if you can solo, soloing is the best XP. If you can't solo, duo is the best XP. If you can't duo, trio is the best XP. I would not go over a trio. Period. If you go over a trio right now in the game, you will be XPing slower than everyone else. It's just the way that it is. They could adjust that. I hope they adjust that because, in my opinion, it doesn't encourage grouping in a game that is a group-focused MMO. It's supposed to be a group-focused social game, so why not make it that way? They honestly need to make an XP incentive for people to want to make full groups, invite additional... Yeah, exactly. Going to be scuffed when people have group spots and have... Yep, they already do that. They already ignore people. How well would a Spellblade duo with a Shaman? Very well, actually. Yeah, Spellblade and Shaman duo is pretty solid. The Spellblade is not a tank, but with a Shaman, if you pull the mob, you slow the mob, you can heal the Spellblade. The Spellblade does some of the most damage in the game right now. It's really, really solid. So yeah, very, very good. Wonder why people want to argue about that. They want to argue about it because they don't know. That's literally what people do. They come in here and they're like, no, I get amazing XP in my full party of 6. It's really fast and it's really easy. You're wrong, Criddle. And I'm like, have you tried to solo or duo? And that's the end of the conversation because they haven't. Or they can't. So let me put it this way. If you are a bad player and you cannot solo and you just really, really suck at it, get a duo partner. Okay? If both of you are really, really bad players and you can't duo, then get a trio. If all 3 of you are really bad players, then add another. Find somebody that's good at the game, and I promise you will be so much better. Like, just figure out how to play your class. Like, I hate to say it that way. I don't want to tell you in 2026, get good. But find the class, figure out how to play it effectively, and you're going to be way better off solo or duo. Right? It's literally a get good situation. You know, if you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it. I can't help you with that. Well, I can help you with that. I can tell you how to do it. Like, there's a guy, I lose. I think he might be in here right now. He didn't know that you could fear kite he didn't know that you could fear kite with a necromancer, right? So we told him how to fear kite on the necromancer. And then he's like, oh, it's so much easier. Wow, this is really easy XP. You just got to figure it out, guys. That's all it is. You just got to figure it out. If you're struggling with a class, if I tell you a class is a really good solo class and you're struggling with that class, you're probably playing it wrong. Or you're probably playing it inefficiently. Because wrong is the incorrect answer. What's going on, Xander? How you doing, bud? Can we stop talking about Spellblade, please? I need my class to continue to be at least played. Spellblade is it. So here you go. Quick, here you go. I'll do a better one for you. Spellblade is the highest DPS in the game, but it is an awful, awful, awful class to play. The play style of the Spellblade is stance dancing and go into this stance, use this ability, go into this stance, use this ability, go into... It's so freaking annoying to play. It might be more annoying than the Bard right now. And the Bard is a terrible class, in my opinion, to play. So, there you go. If you want to have the best DPS in the game, play one of the worst mechanic classes in the game. In my opinion, it is. It's not for everyone, that's for sure. Yeah, it is an awful, awful, awful class to play, in my opinion. Xander, thank you so much for the gifted sub, for the even 100 subs. I appreciate it, bud. And congrats to Benjamin for receiving said gifted sub. Xander is a amazing dude. I dare I say call him a Chad. I don't like using that millennial or zennial. What lingo is that? Who uses Chad? Man, you're a real Chad. I don't know who does that. I just soloed some pizza. Nice. I love it. A sweaty duo trio is always better XP wise in most MMOs. You don't have to be sweaty. That's the problem, right? The issue with this game, like I'm trying to debunk all of these bad rumors that you hear outside of in different places. You don't have to be sweaty as a solo or duo or trio to get better XP. You just have to be solo, duo, or trio and do stuff. That's it. You have to be sweaty in a party of 6 if you want to even come close to keeping up with a duo or solo class. That's the problem with it. It's literally backwards. Right? If the idea was you had to be a super sweaty solo or duo player to keep up with or even exceed that of a full party of 6, I would be okay with it. But you don't have to be sweaty. Literally find a camp of like 5 mobs in a duo and just kill those 5 mobs. That's it. Just sit there, kill a mob, meditate for a minute, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, kill another mob, do some laundry, kill another mob. Literally, it is the laziest way to XP in this game. It is super lazy. If you're sweaty as a solo or duo, you're going to level so freaking fast, you're not going to even understand why anybody groups, which is what I'm talking about, right? If you are a sweaty solo or duo player, you're going to do it in under 200 hours. It's ridiculous. So I'm just trying to debunk all of these rumors that are out there that are just absolutely false by casual players who have leveled up to 20 or 30 in full groups that are just like, no, full groups are amazing XP. Yeah, that's because level 20 up to level 20 or 30 is just easy to do. Leveling from 1 to 40 is super fast. Like crazy fast compared to what it should be, in my opinion. So even if you do it in a group, you still do it in record time. So I'm just trying to help people out that are new to the game and just don't understand all this stuff. Bard is so Bard, and you say Spellblade is even more interesting. At least the Spellblade deals good damage. Yeah, the Bard is just bad right now. It's bad. What would go best with a rogue, a trio? Yeah, trio with a rogue. I would get a tank, a healer, and a rogue. Bard is the same way. Tank, healer, Bard. Bard and rogue are just 2 of the worst classes in the game currently. For combat, like I gotta preface all these things. Rogue and Bard are terrible for combat, right? Compared to other classes. Like I gotta put all this stuff in there. Otherwise people will be like, they're not bad. I play a rogue and it's amazing. Yeah, it's fine on its own. Compare it to another class and you're like, oh, this is garbage. The amount of XP you're gaining doesn't matter as long as you're enjoying the game. It depends on you as a person, right? I agree with that. If you're having fun and you're enjoying playing with your group, then play with your group. If you're having fun playing solo, then play solo. Play the game how you want to play if that's what's fun to you, because ultimately the fun is the best part of the game. However, if you're trying to be efficient with it, which everyone is, I assure you everyone is, especially the ones that are like, I'm a casual dad gamer, I only have 2 hours to play per day at most, blah, 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 and I want to be able to experience level 60. If you're that person, then you need to go the efficient way. Go the most efficient route. Otherwise, it's going to take you months and months and months to get to level 60. I've honestly never solo in this game. Explains a lot. When are you leaving camps? When the mobs con light blue? What about starting? It depends on your class. It depends on your duo setup. It depends on a lot of things. You could start when mobs are yellow and kill them until they're light blue. But it really depends on your class, and it depends on how good you are. I personally, if I'm in a duo, I would start with at low level, super low level. I would start with yellow con mobs, and then by the time I'm like level 30 or 40, I would probably do stuff that's around dark blue to me, right? As a solo or duo. You can, with some classes, still kill things that are yellow if you know what you're doing. Getting stat gear is hard on solo, I feel. So it's a trade-off. It's not a trade-off. No, it's not a trade-off at all. What you do, because I've already explained this as well. If it only takes 200 hours to go from 1 to 60 on a solo or duo versus 400 or more hours in a full party of 6, you use those extra 200 hours to get gear. You buy it off of other players. You're going to have more money than other players because you're a solo, you're a duo. Every time you kill something, you'll have more money. You can craft some gear. Getting the gear is not hard, and you don't need the best gear in the game until you're higher level. So you just get what you need to get to level up more. That's it. So let's assume that it takes you 200 hours to get to level 60. Using the basic gear, that whatever you can buy, whatever you can find, doesn't matter. You have an extra 200 plus hours to go farm all this other gear. Like, come on, guys. Like, just think about it that way. Like, don't, oh, it's going to take me 500 hours just to get to level 60, and you're still not going to have all the gear. Or you can get to level 60 in 200 hours and then spend 200 hours farming gear, right? You're going to be better off in both scenarios by playing in a solo or duo. I promise. Like, I'm not trying to this is not a ruse to get everybody to like slow down XP. I'm trying to help you. You can have sleep duo and get max in 220. Yeah, you can. It's ridiculous. Like, soloing is ridiculously easy, and duo is ridiculously easy. Literally backwards that you sort of incentivize to not group up. Yeah, it is backwards. Now, I'm saying all this, and the devs know all this, and they have even said they're looking at it, and they're going to make adjustments. So by EA, it might be better to be in a full group of 6. My group is going to try to start out as a full group of 6 and see how it goes. Hopefully it's good XP, and hopefully they incentivize it. But if we find out that it's just better to duo and trio, we're going to split off into smaller groups, and we're just going to duo and trio our way up. The perception of time goes by faster in a group. It doesn't equate to being faster. Yeah, exactly. It might go by faster, for sure, but it's not faster. Everyone worrying about gear has no idea that gear doesn't matter much. Gear does not matter much until you're higher level. I promise, guys. Like, I'm not trying to dupe you guys. I'm really not. Gear only matters once you hit level... I would say once you're level 40, starting to farm gear is probably intelligent, right? Until level 40, don't even worry about it. Get some crafted gear here and there. Buy a piece that you see somebody selling. You know, get a duo or trio and go farm something that you can duo or trio to get some gear. There's plenty that you can get that is good enough for you. Have the devs acknowledged the disparity between small group and large group XP? They have. They have acknowledged it. They just haven't done anything about it. So, well, what they're doing right now about it, by the way, is... what they're doing about it right now is they're trying to push people away from solo and duo by making the game harder. So you still get more XP in a solo or duo. It just is more difficult to do, but it's still far easier to do than to try to chain pull in a group of 6. That's the difference. It doesn't. They didn't balance it. They just said we're gonna make the mobs have a little bit more health. We're gonna make them hit a little bit harder. We're gonna add a few abilities to them to make them seem a little bit harder. But ultimately, that extra difficulty was not difficult enough. So anyway, I farmed almost all of my gear aside from a few peaches, which I bought one off VSAR. Nice. You enjoy the game more if you don't care about min-maxing? That's also an opinion. That's the problem with that. That's an opinion. I'm giving you facts. You do whatever you want with those facts. The opinion is you enjoy the game more. There's a ton of people out there in the game that play this game that enjoy min-maxing. That's exactly what is fun to them. So to say that you enjoy the game more if you don't do that is just an incorrect statement. It might be true for you, but it is not true in general. I agree that playing the game in larger groups is by far the most fun. I have had more fun in this game in the last couple of weeks doing Fallen Watch with 2 or 3 groups and running around inside of Fallen Watch than I have had in this game, period. The in-game raid content, the challenging content, is what I like to do. That doesn't mean everybody likes to do that. And it's not very efficient. It's actually very inefficient. But it is more fun. I will agree with that. For me, right? It's way more fun. Some other people might be like, no, I don't like to group up. I just want to play solo. I want to challenge myself and try to do, these solo runs. That's what's fun to them. I want to play a rogue and try to solo it to 60 just to prove that I can. That might be fun to somebody. I think you're crazy, but it might be fun to somebody. There's no camp, but Glass Viper and oh gosh, dude. Yeah, Glass Viper and Hovarth are... wow. Those are awful camps. EQL and Pantheon are much better games. Just kidding. What's up, Bard? Yeah, those are both terrible games in my opinion. But again, opinion. Opinion. Which should speak volumes given the train wreck Fallen watches. Oh, yeah. Like, Fallen, literal train wreck, right? There's trains everywhere. This dungeon is a buggy mess, or was. Well, I don't know if it's changed much since the update yesterday. But it was a buggy mess in the beginning. But it's still the most fun that I have had. Seriously, like, I've had a blast doing this. Now, I say that as a max level character with best in slot gear prior to Fallen Watch coming out. Like, I was geared up and I was ready to do this. This is the kind of content that I look forward to, is grouping up multiple groups, clearing out very challenging stuff that we have to, like, work together, plan out, all that. It's just fun to me to do this. I love it. Yeah, there was an update this morning, exactly, yeah. Hey, what's going on, Cursed Hunger? How are you? You're having fun at EQL, but you can't stand the devs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the devs. All I know is Daybreak has basically ruined MMOs for generations. Like, they're hopefully these companies they're not like, oh, Daybreak makes all this money because they charge box price, monthly fee, expansion price, and microtransactions, and like cosmetics. Do they do? I think they do cosmetics. They do all 5. They're monetizing literally everything, and then other companies see that and they're like, oh, we can do that too. I think that's what's ruining it, right? That's gonna ruin it for me. I'm really taking my time deciding on a main. Fantasy-wise, I like plate characters, but I'm unsure if I want to play tank. How hard are those in Monsters and Memories? I can go over that. Also, I'm afraid you only need 1 to 2 per raid. So as a casual, I won't really any raid to join. So, Okay, so tanking. I am a tank, right? That's pretty much, I've been pigeonholed into tanking in MMOs for 20 plus years, like 25 plus years. That is my role. That is what I do. Okay, so that said, in this game, you're probably only going to have one main tank in raids, right? That's just the way that this game kind of functions. It's going to be one main tank. But you're going to want to have multiple tanks for different reasons. So the main tank most likely will end up being a fighter for most of the content. So that kind of, is that. But you still want to have, like having a paladin is good, having an inquisitor is good, having a shadow knight is good. They do different things. An inquisitor specifically after the deep dive, we know that one, for example, is very beneficial when fighting caster mobs, especially even caster raid mobs. You're going to want to put them into the group with a fighter to minimize the damage as much as possible. So you're going to want to have multiple tanks. That said, if you want to play a tank, just know that it's the most, in my opinion, the most demanding role to play in an MMO. You need to be on as much as possible. You need to gear up your class. You need to do everything, right? You have to be there. If you want to be a raid tank, you have to be available. If you can't be available, if you can only play for 1 or 2 hours a night, don't play a tank. You're just going to frustrate people, and people are not going to want you in their party. And I'm not trying to say that to discourage people from tanking. Absolutely play a tank if you want to. But if you can't be on all the time, and you can't dedicate to getting the best gear in the game, and you can't dedicate to helping people out and tanking stuff for them all the time, then you're probably just better off playing a DPS class, most likely. They're literally the most demanding class because you have to pay attention. Like a DPS class can be like, oh, got to go AFK, and you're fine. The DPS can go AFK for a minute, right? Go to the bathroom, make some food, whatever. Tanks can't do that. Tank goes AFK, group stops, period. They just stop. They don't do anything at higher levels. Same with the healer. Healer's kind of the same way. So I was main tank in WoW Classic, TBC from 2004, 2007. Nice, yeah. That's what I'm afraid of. You need to get knowledge, no semi-AFK, if kids scream. Exactly. You can't do any of that as a main tank. Like, you need to be available. Now, I could take breaks when we wipe. That's when I take my breaks. Oh, we're all dead. Okay, well, I can't do anything as the fighter, so consent whoever I need to consent. I'll be back in a few minutes after the corpse recovery, right? Then I come back, I take my res, I get buffed up, I'm ready to go again. That's the only time you get to take breaks. So. Yeah, I don't want to discourage people from playing a tank, but I do want to let people know that it is the most demanding class or role. Means you kill your group when you want to rest? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what you do. When you want to rest, you just like taunt everything, you break all the mezzes, and you die. And then you take a break. Main tanks are generally the raid leader. They know the mechanics. They set the pace. They call the shots. A lot of times they are, yeah. But it depends. What I have found over my years is main tanks are often the guild leaders and raid leaders because they're the guild leaders. That happens quite a bit. But, and I'm not trying to say this about everybody, so don't get offended if this is you. You know, if I'm about to literally call you out here, don't get offended. But I've also noticed that the guild leader, raid leader, main tank, if they are all three of those things, have the biggest egos that you could ever imagine. They also want to take all of the gear. They just want everything to be handed to them when they do anything. Now, granted, they do put in the most work, right? They're the main tank. They're keeping up with the whole guild. They're figuring out all the mechanics. They put in a lot of work. They put in a lot of effort. But They also have the biggest egos, and they rage quit the most. Just saying. I'm just letting you guys know. That happens. Their burnout is way up here. Like, it is the fastest burnout you'll ever see. They get super irritated and angry, and they rage quit. That's one thing I like about Rampage, and what I liked about my guild, Eternal Chaos, when we raided. I was the main tank. I was a co-guild leader at one point. I became a co-guild leader, and I helped lead some raids, but I was mostly just the main tank. That's it. The guild leader and raid leaders and stuff, like, I let them do their thing. It's just much easier. Like in this guild, for example, Hoku kind of sets the pace for everything. He's going to be playing a monk in live, so between Hoku, Isar, they're probably going to be pulling mobs constantly. That's going to be their role, and they're going to set the pace. Like, it just makes it a lot easier. So yeah. Second or off tank? Yeah, there's going to be second and off tanks. There definitely is going to have those. Like, they've started to set that tone here in Fallen Watch a little bit. We don't know exactly how they're going to do it, but they have started to set the tone for it. So yeah, that will be a thing. Main tank is going to take the big bad, monster that's doing the most damage. They've got the best gear. They've got the best defensive cooldowns, things like that. And then you're going to have like a paladin or Inquisitor or Shadow Knight or something that's going to be off tanking. Is alcoholism fully implemented? No, not yet. Not yet. That's one that they're still... Oh, shoot. I meant to grab that. Oh, well. That's one they're still working on. Also, main tanks tend to get geared up quick and quit immediately because they want to play an alt. That happens as well, right? That's another thing that happens with main tanks. That's that whole ego. They're doing too much. They burn themselves out. They take all the gear and then they quit. That's why, like, I don't recommend being a main tank. You don't want to get that reputation. There've already been that reputation in this game. Main tanks from guilds and stuff, they're already kind of burning themselves out to the point where they quit playing the game and moved on and all sorts of stuff like that. Like, it's already caused some tension with some guilds. And then what ends up happening is the runner-up, then comes up, and it becomes a whole thing. So I just don't recommend it, guys. Would monks be best solo class that is also the least gear dependent? No. Monks can solo well, though. Once you learn like how to do some tricks, there's some cool tricks you can do with monk now, and they can solo some stuff. Yes. Inert oozling. The heck? Monster Memories doesn't have an encounter yet to need off tanks. It does. It does with Fallen Watch. It absolutely does. What I mean, I would like to play plate tank, not as a main tank, but as a class. If I'm off tank in raids, I don't care. Yeah. I mean, you could be an off tank. I would recommend, in all honesty, I would recommend playing Paladin, Shadow Knight, or Inquisitor if you want to be like an off tank type of person, and you're going to be bringing utility to the player, to the party, or to the raid, or whatever. Paladin and Inquisitor especially are going to be good off tanks with good utility. So I would recommend playing one of those two. Or you might end up being in the party with the main tank. What I'm expecting is, in raid situations, I'll be playing a fighter and most likely main tanking from whatever guild that I'm in, because I just have the high play time. So I just kind of, I get pigeonholed into that, which I'm fine with. Like, I don't mind doing it. So then what you do is you put a Paladin, you put an Inquisitor in that same party with the main tank, and then they buff the main tank. So they give the tank like an aura for more armor class, more magical resist stuff, you know, damage reduction. I feel like the Paladin's going to get something that they can put on another player and take like 10 or 20% of the damage from that player. So let's say I'm a fighter, I'm main tanking something, I mitigate the damage. The Paladin will then take 20% off the top of whatever I take, and they will take that damage. Then they can actually heal themselves 20% of that health, while the rest of the raid is healing me for 80% of whatever's happening, right? So it's just a way, that's what their role is going to be, it seems like, is they're kind of co-tanking, if that makes sense, right? They're not going to be like an off-tank per se, but they're co-tanking a mob by taking a percentage of the hits. So we'll have to see what they do with the Paladin when it comes in, but that's my expectation. Expect Necro best overall soloers. Yeah, Necros are going to be the best overall soloers, especially once they remove or once they change Charm. Whatever they do with Charm, Necros are going to be the #1 soloers. Right now, I would say that Enchanters are kind of tied, maybe a little bit higher than the Necromancer, depending on the situation. Did they fix the Monk dot feign death cheese? Yes. That they can't. They don't have a dot mechanic anymore. Monks don't, that I know of. I think they have a direct damage spell they do, or direct damage ability with their fire stance or something. But yeah. What's the mechanic? Like rampaging or something? The mechanic for off-tanking? It's ads. So, like, you go and you... I don't want to give all the details. I want to show you guys a lot of Fallen Watch, but I also don't want to spoil it because there's some really cool stuff in Fallen Watch that I haven't shown on my stream, and I don't know if I want to show you or not. I'm kind of debating on it. But there's some encounters in Fallen Watch and other places in the game where when you attack it, like a named enemy, it summons or spawns several ads. And you're going to need an off-tank to grab all those ads. A main tank will be able to take the boss, and they're going to be taking tons of hits and damage from the boss. They won't be able to hold the boss and all of the ads. So the idea is that, like, a paladin might be able to put down consecrated ground, and then the fighter goes in, grabs the boss. The paladin goes in, puts consecrated ground down. The boss summons ads, consecrated ground, aggroes all the ads, puts them on the paladin. The paladin then tanks the ads while the main tank is on the main enemy. So you're going to want to gear out both of them to do stuff like that. That's what I'm expecting to happen. We've got a guy that's going to be maining a paladin in this guild. And we're probably going to be using, that's probably what we're going to do in our guild. He is going to have like that buff on me to be able to minimize the damage that I take. He's going to be grabbing all the ads and tanking those separately. So, yeah. I would not play fighter anyway, as I enjoy utility and some kind of magic. Yeah, I wouldn't play a fighter if you want any type of utility whatsoever. Fighters are literally just defense and offense. That's it. That's all they do. Charge is fun. Charge is fun. I actually finally yesterday I found a good use for charge. We actually were trying to go into an area last night, killing some mobs, and I needed to get to the farthest mob. I was going to go in first, and normally what I would have to do is go in and kind of gather the mobs and run to the back, right? But what I was able to do, because I have charge, or juggernaut, I was able to target the mob in the back of the room, run in, charge that mob, and everything came to me. Then the entire rest of the party came in behind me. And I had all the mobs, pulled them to the back. The enchanters could then mez everything in the back of the room, and it worked out really, really well. So charge is a fantastic skill, but it's kind of a niche use for things like that, right? I use charge at the start of every fight that I can. If I can move back and then charge in, because Juggernaut gives you, is it 20% extra threat? I think it's 20%. Yeah, 20% extra threat and 10% damage reduction for 10 seconds. So really, really solid ability to have. Melee support, that hasn't been done well since Warhammer, Age of Reckoning. You're talking about the melee support with like the paladin supporting the tank, that kind of thing? Yeah, they've done it in games in the past, but I think like the paladin is going to have abilities like a shield block ability. You know, they have a chance to block for their target, stuff like that. Using a two-handed sword, I'm using a fist weapon. Yeah, I've got a claw in my offhand, so one-handed sword and a claw in my offhand. Which is currently, I would say currently BIS right now for fighters. Like best, definitely the one hand that I'm using is BIS. There is one weapon in the game that is technically better, which I never got. It was a raid fight. It's technically the best weapon in the game, but it's bugged right now, so we can't use it. Use something like a macro for shield. Yeah, so my shield, if you look all the way down here on the bottom on my hotbar, this is my shield right here. I pick it up and I swap it into my offhand, and then I swap my claw back out if I need to. So that's what I do. What's the best bet database wise for items? There's a website called like M&M DB item database, something like that you can look up stuff on, and it's good. It's got a lot of stuff, but it doesn't have everything. And then lately, people have been updating the wiki. There have been a lot of people updating the wiki lately, so you might get a lot of good information there. Sword looks so big, look like a two-hander. It is, yeah. It's very large. I don't know why it's so big, but it is a huge sword. Huge sword or little guy? Yeah. Yeah, dwarves, for some reason, they do have... Their weapons are larger than, like, a smaller race. They send the beta invites already? I don't know. They may have. Usually, anytime between 10 a.m. Eastern or later. Usually, it's between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. that they do beta invites. Eastern time. How does dual wield actually work in Monster Mania? Offhand has a % chance to swing when the main hand strikes? No. So basically, you look at the damage, you look at delay. Every 2.9 seconds, it says, do I swing? And that's it. So all of your weapon, so your main hand weapon is every delay, it swings guaranteed. And then it checks, do I double attack? The offhand, every delay, it checks your dual wield skill and says, do I swing, yes or no, based on how high your dual wield skill is. The higher it is, the more often it will happen. That's all it does. It doesn't look at, it's not like your main hand has to swing and it triggers the offhand. That was an EverQuest thing for a while. I don't know if they kept it that way in EverQuest, but it was that way for a little while. Sounds like a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. Yeah. I do wish Tooltip would show you a weapon delay. Also accounting for haste buffs. That would be nice, yeah. I mean, you can do it. You just have to multiply it out, but yeah, it would be nice. Can offhand weapons proc? They can, yes. But the offhand doesn't always swing. It still checks to see if you do swing. So like it's every delay amount of time, it will check to swing, and then it goes, do I swing? Checking dual wield. If yes, then do I double attack? And it checks double attack. And then for fighters and monks, it checks for triple attack. But triple attack is a pretty low chance. Man, I really don't want to have to go to work today. Gosh. Like I want to be able to check out Fallen Watch as much as possible, but it is still beta. I'm more concerned with early access. You and I both, yeah. I gotta. Luckily, I only work Fridays and Saturday night, or Friday and Saturday afternoon to night. I work like 12-hour shifts on Fridays and Saturdays, and that's all I work. So, ooh, those are nice. Look at that. Bis Rogue boots right there. 9 strength, 8 dex. Wow. I'm sick today. Can't come in for work. Cough, cough. Yeah, I can't do that. Because I only work on Fridays and Saturday nights. Yeah, I can't. Can't really call in sick. Like, otherwise I won't have money. I basically call in sick every other day, right? So that I can stream and do as much as I can in the game. Sorry for all the questions, but how does stats actually work? My plan is I main a rogue, and I'm still clueless stat-wise. I did pump everything into strength as a goblin at creation. Dex is so weird for me to understand. Yeah, I need to do a video on this, but we'll just talk about for rogue. You want as much strength as possible. That's where your damage comes from. You also want dex, a good amount of dex. Dex is going to increase your hit chance. So if you are fighting things that are lower level than you, you don't need as much dex. If you are fighting things that are higher level than you, you need more dex. So that's basically what it is. However, dex also affects your proc chance. So if you have procs, if you have weapons that proc, or if you are a class that has procs, then you want to have high dex. So specifically Spellblade wants to have high strength and high dex. A rogue, because they have poisons and those poisons proc, also wants to have fairly high dex. It's not as important for a rogue as it is for a Spellblade, but it is important. That said, I would not put points into strength at character creation. The reason that I would not put points into strength is, as you can see right above my head here, strength is the easiest stat to increase. By far. The max stat you can get of any stat is 255. So if strength is the easiest one to increase, and you can cap it out at 255, and you put points into it at the start, then you're going to be kind of wasting points. So I would recommend on a rogue or a Spellblade to put it into dex. That's a good one to put it into. So, yeah, that's what I would do. I need to pay attention or we get trains. What am I not paying attention to? I'm waiting for you to come around the corner. I'm not pulling things. I'm waiting for somebody else to pull it. Is strength easy to increase for a wizard? It's easy to increase for anybody. It's the easiest stat to increase right now. They might change it. The reason that I say that is because there's sharpening stones and weight stones. So you can take a sharpening stone and put it... The heck? You can put a sharpening stone on your weapons, and they give you strength. I feel strength harder to come by as leatherware. What am I don't know what I can do differently. I can get on Discord, but I don't know what I could do differently here. I'm not pulling mobs. I'm letting you guys pull them around the corner. Give me a second. I'll get on Discord. I don't need to know how many are coming. That's the point. That's something that Conquest and Dory need to figure out. Like, I mean... can you post that last piece of loot you found on the named? It's that right there. I want to buy leather armor upgrades. Yeah. They're in here. They're all leather. Or not leather, wisdom. They added so much wisdom gear in this zone. I thought it was kind of funny. Like, Akiris posted about it. And he said that there was large gaps in wisdom. So that's why he put a lot of wisdom gear in the zone. And I'm like, that's great that they're aware that there are large gaps in wisdom. But those gaps are still there. They're just all shoved into one zone now, right? So, like, now you have to get up to level 40 plus and do extremely hard content before you can actually start to get wisdom gear. Like, what about lower level stuff? Like, what's the plan there? You still have the gaps. It's weird. Rogues get +4 dex, +4 agility at creation, and you said I should follow that trend. No, I would not get agility at all. I would get the maximize your dex. Any leftover points I would put into strength. I just wouldn't pump everything into strength. The only two stats that rogues need are strength and dex. Strength is the most important one, but it's also the easiest one to increase. So I would put points, maximize dex at character creation, but once you're in game, gear-wise, maximize strength on all of your gear until you get as much strength as you possibly can. Has the AC changes lessened the need for agility on any tanks? Yeah, the AC changes, it hasn't lessened the need for agility. You still want as much agility as you can on tanks for the damage mitigation, but what am I trying to say? Armor class actually functions now. So it's good to have armor class. But still, there's going to be like best in slot items. Like the best in slot items are going to have strength, stamina, and agility on them, most likely. Like items like this right here are insanely good for a tank. High AC, high strength, high stamina, high agility. It's got every stat you need on it. The only thing that's missing would be dex, but a tank needs dex, but doesn't need as much as the other classes. My whole goal is to steal as much aggro from Criddle as possible. Yeah. Yeah, if you can pull aggro off of a geared fighter tank, then your DPS is very good. And Quick pulls aggro off of me often. Also, a lot of DRs in the game, right? Stat-wise. Damage reduction stuff that we're talking about? Yes. I have... diminishing returns? There are diminishing returns, but we don't know, like, how much there are of those. It seems like... It doesn't seem like there's really soft caps. There's just, like, hard caps. But yeah, I honestly don't know. We haven't done the math enough to really know if diminishing returns are a big factor or not. I know that at level 60 on my fighter, every about 5 or so strength gives me about 3 more top end damage. Approximately. Like it's not a... I don't know the formula is the problem. Leveling a Twink Cleric is insanely fun to me. Pull aggro from my Wrath proc. Yeah, it's... They need to fix that. Like, I like that the Cleric has a random proc chance of, like, some crazy high damage. And they're, like, crazy good procs that they can do. But I can't really say that it should be that much. Like, I feel like it's a little too good. I do the camera interaction thing so good when talking to someone. I don't... Like, what, look at the camera? Like that? Hello. I guess it's just, I don't know. We got another Marshall thing. This one's unique, so I don't think I can take that one. If it's the cracked. Yeah, it's the cracked one, so somebody else got to grab that one. Yeah, the seal for summoning. These Skriddle's eyebrows aren't like a roller coaster of emotions. Thank God for that. What are you talking about, Asmongold? He's like... He does do that a lot. I don't know much about Asmongold other than I don't enjoy his content, but yeah. Feels like a normal conversation. Well, I'm glad. That's what I go for here. It's all the dragging of corpses, I think. You got a crappy class that just drags corpses. He has a girlfriend now? You won't believe it? Yeah, I've seen some things. I think real money trading is going to be a big thing eventually. Real money trading? I think it will be a thing, but the devs are cracking down on it as hard as they can. If they catch you, they will ban your account. So I don't recommend doing it. They're cracking down on it very hard. There's like a no tolerance policy on some things in this game. But as far as GDKP and stuff, yeah, guilds will do that. Yeah, they're gonna have DKP, GDKP. They'll probably have merit systems. They'll have all sorts of stuff, just depending on what guild you join. I would check on that to see how your guild's gonna do it before you join. I don't even know how Rampage is gonna do it, to be honest with you. From alpha and beta, we've just been rolling. It's just a random. If you are there, then we are rolling on it. But for early access, that's going to be different, I think. More oriented to how the Faceless was running GDKP. Oh, where people were buying gold and then spending gold on for DKP. Yeah. They said they were doing DKP Vor? Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure what their plan is with that. I think they're probably going to do DKP plus like for some things, probably like a loot council plus DKP mixture, but I think it's only for some things. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if it's like a bidding DKP. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Can't get rid of it. Botting, real money trading, super rich company. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get rid of it. They're just going to have to combat it as much as they can. The thing is, if you are caught buying something or selling something, you can get banned. So I wouldn't do either of those. Be very careful where you get your items from. DKP plus council? Yeah, I think that's the idea. Like, if it's a really good item that's super duper rare, it'll probably kind of swing to a council situation. But they'll do DKP for most other things. Tank priority. Yeah, I think tanks get priority. Like, how I look at it is, give me the gear that I need to tank the mobs in the game. I'll pass on everything else. I don't care about anything else. It's literally all I care about. Just, that's all I want. Like, I'm not going to roll for the cosmetic items. Like, everybody else is going to want those, right? They're going to save up their DKP so they can get ghoul form and you know, all that kind of stuff. And I think those are fun. And, you know, eventually maybe I'll try to get something like that. But I let other people get those first. Like, it doesn't matter to me. That thing's stuck? What's going on? Gear the tanks enough to tank the mobs reliably so we get more loot in the long run. Yeah, that's all I care about. Yeah, I will be at as many raids as I can possibly be at. And, you know, give me the gear so we can keep doing that. That's it. That's all I care about. With itemization in its current state, I wouldn't worry too much about DKP or loot priority systems. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I would agree with that. Like, loot isn't super hard to get, but the raids, it's going to be more for the raid situation. I'm hoping that raids have like 20 items on them that they can drop, and you're going to have some that are super rare and some that are common. So that's kind of what my hope is for the raids, and why that's going to be why they're going to need DKP. Yeah, exactly. I'm absolutely going to snap and be like, "Oh my god, I'm tired of leveling a fighter." No, I don't mind. I don't mind it at all. So long as we can get stuff done. The reason I play the fighter, like literally, the reason I'm playing a main tank and doing this is because I'm on a lot, right? And we're able to do stuff like this right now. Otherwise, I don't think we would have a tank available. We'd have to have somebody box somebody's tank if I wasn't here. Which is possible. It's okay. But then they don't get to play their character. And, you know, you see what I'm saying? Like, it just... it's not as good. You want people to be able to play the class that they want to play. When you level the fighter for beta, who duoed with you the most class-wise? How long did it take? I did mostly full party of 6, up to like level 50-ish, and then I duoed the end of it, the last few levels, with Gith, who is a shaman. It took me like 400 something hours to level up my fighter. At least you made friends along the way. I mean, I didn't. Well, I've made a few friends. Yeah. I came into this game with a bunch of friends. Like, we all played together in MMOs. We just always have it for decades. But I did make some friends. Yeah. Like, I met the Rampage guys, or people. I met them in Pantheon. And we came over here with them. And yeah, I mean, made some friends there too. Yeah, I met Italica. Yeah, I met Italica just by playing the game. And Vor and Dorencia. Actually, everybody here, you know, I've been playing now with like a lot. Especially lately. Finding it hard to level in the 20s and 30s. It happens. It's just playtime, man. Just playtime. Knowing what to do, where to go, and putting in the hours. My wizard I leveled very quickly. Like, very, very quickly. It's crazy. Some of the guys in the guild I met way, way, way back in P99. Yeah, they all played it. Well, not all of them. A lot of them played on P99 for a while. That's what I like about this guild, honestly, and other guilds that I've dealt with in the past. And probably why we'll end up sticking with Rampage. It's looking like that's going to be the case. But one thing I like about them is there's not too much of a hierarchy, like, oh, this clique and this clique. There are cliques, of course, that people play together, like they're static groups and stuff. But yeah, like everybody kind of does their own thing. Like as far as like leading raids and stuff, everybody kind of has their own input. It's nice. Do you think you go back to Pantheon at all? If Pantheon comes out in 1.0, I will take a look at it. If that ever happens, I'll take a look at it. But I don't think it's going to happen. Well, let me change that. If Pantheon comes out in 1.0 in a halfway decent state, I will take a look at it. But they're going to push it to 1.0. It's going to come out in 1.0 at some point, just so that they can re-release it and sell it to a bunch of people. But it's not going to be a good game. I don't think. Most will start at new locations deep October 1st, I assume. A lot will, yeah. My group, my static group, we're going to figure out what we need to do. If we have to start out duos and trios and small groups in the beginning and XPing and then meet up somewhere else later on, we'll do it that way. I think like my friend, one of my friends might start like a deep elf. Like, I think he prefers Deep Elf Necromancer. So we'll just have to see what people do, but we're gonna try to XP together as a party of 6 if we can, if it's worth doing. But I have a feeling it will not be. At least at the start of EA. I met all the Rampage guys in Friends and Family Alpha. Yeah, that was good times, man. We had a lot of fun in the Alpha. How do you know where to go? I assume you level the wizard so fast because it's for solo ability. Yeah, that was when the wizard could solo really well. But, yeah, Wizard doesn't solo as well now. It can still solo, but not as well as it did before. Hard to form a clique when the best XP is solo duo. It is, yeah. But the thing is, like, the best XP is solo duo, but knowing people and getting up to level 60 quickly so that you can go and farm stuff, because that's where you're going to want to get the gear, is get up to max level and then farm as much gear as you can. That's what we're going to be doing a lot of. And if we have to, we'll split up into multiple smaller groups to farm stuff. We'll figure it out. But, yeah, the idea is to get there as quickly as possible. Probably not going to be able to reliably link up until 10 to 15 without an experience hit and getting behind the wave. Maybe. It depends. But, yeah. Like, if you start in... if you start in the deep and the rest of your party starts in Fallen or in Night Harbor, you'll probably be able to get to each other fairly quickly. But we'll see. Any advice for traits as a rogue? I guess 5% increase in dex, infravision, cutthroat, dagger, weapon. I don't know, poison making. Poison making can be nice, but hopefully they don't make it too much of a chore. I feel like poison making right now is too much of a chore for rogues, but hopefully they adjust that. I would probably... There's a couple ways you can go with it on the rogue. You could get Dex, which then you can use the cooldown for Dex, which is going to give you 50% more Dex for 15 seconds, which is nice, because it's going to increase your proc chance and increase your hit chance for 15 seconds. You could go with Strength, which is going to increase your Strength by 5%, and then you could do the 50% thing as well. I wouldn't necessarily go with either of those, personally. It's just, right now, it's a tough choice, man. It's a really tough choice. A lot of people like to go with the magic resist trait because it allows you to break out of things. So if you're a puller, like a monk in rogues, some rogues like to do pulling and stuff, or you're scouting and you get rooted, it allows you to break that. So magic resist is a really good one for almost anybody right now. So yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take you at least 30 minutes to run from Night Harbor to Phelan Draw or vice versa, which could put you behind the curve, I guess. But really, the day one of the curve, day 1, day 2, day 3, it's not gonna make a big difference. What's gonna make a big difference is if you can continue to play. It's about time put in over those days and then after that, because people aren't gonna get to max level in a week. It's going to take them a long time to get to max level. It's really week 2, week 3, week 4 that's going to matter. That first week, everybody's going to be all over each other. The person that gets to level 10 first, you know, and just, they're going to get way ahead of everybody else. Not necessarily. You know, they're going to end up having to go to work or whatever they're going to have to do, or they're going to hit a snag somewhere along the way. Day 1 is fighting the server queue anyway. Yeah, there'll probably be a server queue. I expect a server queue. I expect lots of lag, lots of people fighting each other for spawns, all that kind of stuff. So schedule 2 weeks off instead of 1. Got it. I mean, if you want to be if you're trying to race to get to max level first, absolutely, you're gonna have to take as much time as you can off. I have blocked out my entire schedule for October. The only thing I have on my schedule for October is Halloween. That's it. I am gonna do as little of anything else as I can throughout all of October. Think about farming nodes week 1. Feel for the GM. Oh, yeah. Farming nodes week 1 is going to be rough. Rough. GMs and all the petitions. Criddle stole my wood node. Yeah, it's going to be awful. I'm not even going to try to do crafting in the beginning. We're going to try to XP. We're going to let the crafters do crafting and the harvesting and all that. It's just going to be so awful. Zeal's the highest, I think, for Shaman. Yeah, swiftness for enchanters. For 5%, I think. 10, maybe 10%. I think it's 5. I think it's 45 to 50 to 50. Okay, so there's, 10% faster. But still fun. EQ was about the same if you don't have ports. Yeah. Do you think they will reduce recipe costs for professions? Ew. I don't think so. Probably not. I'm definitely going to check out launch, but for sure set myself to the first 2 weeks, maybe level 10, just vibing and helping out new players in the game. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, guys, here's the thing. If you are not willing to put in minimum 10-hour days for the first month, don't even try. Don't even try. Minimum 10-hour days. Because there's going to be people that are going to be putting in 15-hour plus days for the first couple of weeks. The first week, people are going to be on the game 20 hours a day and getting like 4 hours of sleep. If you can't keep up with that consistently for the entire month of October, there is absolutely no point in you trying to rush in the beginning. Absolutely not. It won't make a bit of difference. There's going to be people that are going to just blow you out of the water. And I'm not trying to discourage anybody from doing it. Play as much as you want. Take off work. Do whatever you want to do. You're not going to keep up with the super hardcore players. It will not happen. I don't even know if I will keep up with the super hardcore players. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'll be pushing, to get to 60 as quickly as possible so we can do raids, etc. But there's probably going to be people that beat me. I have no doubt about it. So, yeah, just I wouldn't recommend getting upset or trying to, ruining your life over it or anything like that. Took off work first 10 days of October. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, go for it. But there will be people that are doing the same. Lots and lots of people. They'll do it anyway, but can't fathom why anyone's objective would be to race to max level when they're so far from 1.0. Well, people want to get to max level because it's fun. It's a fun thing for a lot of people to do is race to level 60. They like to be, I'm world first to level 60. I'm server first to level 60. We killed this raid boss first. People like that. They enjoy that kind of content. So, absolutely people are going to do it. I work from home and play anyway, so I want to knock out most levels. Yeah. The only reason, the first few levels, or the first few days, first week or something, getting ahead of the curve, and then you'll be able to stay ahead of the curve is very beneficial. But don't think that you're going to be the world first. Like I said, I don't even think I'm going to be a world first or even a server first to 60. And I'm going to be pushing really hard. But I don't expect to be there first. Mostly because of how I play. Generally speaking, I like to play in groups. Groups right now are slower XP. So I like to be in groups. And the reason for that is because we want our entire group to be ready to go and doing stuff at certain level ranges. And we want to be able to go camp stuff. And you're going to have to put in, at some camps, dozens of hours to get one item at a camp. So you might as well do that while you're leveling, if you can. You might level slower, but you're going to be getting some of those items as you go. I was one of those back in EQ days, but as a kid, had lots of time. Yeah, I never did it in EverQuest. I did it in EverQuest 2. We were literally world first and server first on a lot of things. We were server first on everything, and world first on a few things. I just want the 60 to do everything with everyone at 60, but it's not like I won't have an altar to. Yeah. I plan to get to level 60, do all the things on my tank, get as much gear as possible so that we can do raids. But then once things settle down, I'll probably play alts and stuff a good bit. Be the first to not be 60. There you go. I'm not racing anything or anyone. I just want to keep up with my guildies. Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be people in this guild, I guarantee you, that are going to be pushing harder than I am. There's some crazy people out there. Crazy people. That is why I am going to be working this weekend, is because I want to be able to take off all of October. I'm not planning on doing much of anything in October except for playing this game. We'll be doing potentially 20-hour streams for the first week. And then we might cut it back after that. But like I can function off of I can function on 4 hours of sleep usually pretty easily. So at least I have some noise in the background as I kill Ashira number 4938. Yeah. I will be here, don't worry. Like I will be here a lot in the beginning. I won't be doing 24-hour streams. I kind of thought about that, where I would stream, and then whenever I sleep, I would just leave my character up. But most likely, if we're on a server that allows boxing, somebody will log me in for a couple hours while I'm sleeping, and then I'll get back on after that. It's probably how it'll work. You're going to have to find a new place for your computer if you're sleeping only 4 hours. Oh, I know, honey. I got it. I will probably set up the kid's computer for when you're sleeping. We'll figure it out. Not doing a subathon for October? Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Feisty's my girlfriend, and she got irritated with me last night because I was on until like 1 o'clock in the morning doing stuff, and she was like, "You're keeping me up." So what I'll probably have to do is I'll set up when she's going to bed, I'll go into my son's room and play in there on his computer in the evenings. My girlfriend doesn't really know what to expect either. She understands, like she gets it, but she hasn't seen it before. She hasn't seen me go crazy over something like this. Get yourself a spot cooler for the garage and run a long Ethernet cable. I mean, I could set up something in the garage. I'll probably just set it up on my, like my son's got a decent computer that should run this game, and if it doesn't, I have another computer that I can move in there. So I'll probably do that. I do need to try out my son's computer and play this game to see how it goes. My girlfriend's going to be very mad at me in October, but I've been preparing her. She wants me to do there's like in October, so my girlfriend's daughter is doing the marching band stuff for the school. Anyway, we're supposed to work the concession stand. And she signed both of us up for the concession stand in October. I don't think I'm going to be there. But we'll see. You'll pay for it in November. Don't worry, she has plans. I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to not play as much now, right? Like I'm literally trying to make sure that I do stuff with the family now, a bunch, so that I can, so that I have October. But no, we're not. I mean, I guess we are farming things in particular. I don't know. The rare, there's some named up here. There's like a named inside of this building right here. And I think another named somewhere else. Wife tried to tell me she wanted me near her while she slept. If I was going to play late, keyboard determine the outcome of that proposition. Yeah. Yeah, my stuff glows. I've got all sorts of lights and stuff. She doesn't. My girlfriend does not like the light. So. RGB makes it go faster? Yeah, exactly. Now, I only like RGB really on my keyboard and my mouse so I can see them in the dark. Spending the time now is what I'm trying to accomplish too, but I'm worried she'll expect to continue and be more mad in October. You gotta set those expectations, all I can say. That's why I'm working extra this weekend. Otherwise, I would take tonight and tomorrow off because I really don't want to go work, and I don't technically have to. But I'm gonna work tonight, make as much money as I can when I have the opportunity between now and October. We got a solid group today, man. For early. Well, I've got about 2 hours left, so if you guys want to continue, someone's going to have to log me in. I don't know what time Kaz will be available. On the DualBox thing, if we do that server, just some clarification, is that per PC or from network? Did that gate? It did. It's multi-boxing is one player playing two characters. That's it. It has nothing to do with PC, has nothing to do with network, has nothing to do with anything else. It's one player playing two characters or more. You could have it on two different PCs. You could have it from two different networks. Doesn't matter. So quite a few people with purple name. What does it mean? That's role play. So when you go role play, it hides your level and your class, but it keeps your guild name shown. So that's why people do role play instead of anonymous. Anonymous takes away the guild name as well. Yep, it's that simple. That's all it is. Look how cool this dungeon looks, though. Like, you got the green cloud over it. You got these pustules, like, coming out of the... like, it's just such a cool-looking dungeon. I think it's just cool that they have, like, their own... it's got, like, its own skybox, you know? Did you play Inquisitor after Deep Dive? I have not played it yet. Conquest here has played it. And I've talked to several Inquisitors. It's a pretty solid class. Utility makes up for low damage, I reckon. Seems really strong. Yeah, it's lower damage than the other tanks. Well, Paladin and Inquisitor are kind of both low damage. But it does have quite a bit of utility. I personally feel like the utility makes up for the DPS and the lack of physical damage mitigation. Some people disagree, but I don't know. I think it does. Yeah, I find it funny when I talk to tanks and they're like, man, fighter does more damage and tanks better than the other three tanks. And I find it hilarious because I'm like, okay, well, give me the heals of a paladin, give me feign death, give me stuns, give me, you know, give me all those things, and then we'll talk about the other stuff. Like that utility is really nice to have. Like Shadow Knight, a tank that has feign death alone, that alone makes the Shadow Knight really good. Just the feign death. Fighter's the only class in Monster Memory that I feel like play a bit like WoW classes. A little bit like a WoW class, yeah. I can see that. Is SK Feign Death the same as a monk? No, it's a spell cast. It functions the same, but it what are we doing here? It functions the same, but it is actually a spell. It takes mana. It's a 1.5 second cast time. So yeah, but it does the same thing as the monk Feign Death. When you think they're going to keep Feign Death? I think they will. I don't think Shadow Knight's going to lose too many abilities. They're going away from the Necro type stuff from what I've read. Yeah, they are. They're all of the hybrids are basically losing their parent caster class, and they're getting their own unique abilities. But those abilities ultimately will probably do a lot of the same stuff that they currently do. Like I don't see them changing the way the class plays that much. It's more about how you obtain the abilities and the names of the abilities and things like that. But ultimately, they're going to have the same stuff, I think. Like, Shadow Knight will probably still have Feign Death. It'll probably still have Fear. It'll probably still have, you know, it's life taps. And it'll probably still have all those things. It's just not going to be the Necromancer version of them. I'm not going to complain, but I feel like getting Gate at 51 is interesting. Take on spell. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's really weird. Death and Decay to match the Consecrate? Maybe, yeah. They might get something like that. Looking for what they do with them. I am too. Like, I can't wait to see what they do with the Paladin. Paladin has been kind of terrible for a while. My hope is that the Paladin just becomes like good DPS against undead. Like have special procs, special nukes that they can do on undead. That'd be really cool. The Consecrated Ground sounds really cool. I want them to be able to put defensive abilities up on other players, be able to block for other players, you know, reduce the damage, things like that. Why is this thing not moving? Oh my god, that's the world's longest stun. Holy moly. I think the setup is there. Lead by Inquisitor. You should have an aura, so the Paladin gets an aura against corruption. Shadow. Yeah, that'd be a really cool idea. If somebody gets a holy aura that reduces holy damage and gives them, I promise you that will be needed. Promise. We found something last night. The reason I died was because I took 640 holy damage twice, back to back. Like boom boom, like a Like a double attack. 640 holy damage. Along with a bunch of other damage. But those are the big hits. Was kind of nuts. Was that from a specific NPC, a slime type explosion? It was from it was from a boss that spawns ads, and their ads were doing that damage as a proc damage. Holy damage is a resist check. Yeah, it's a magic. It has nothing to do with your armor class. It's all resist. All magic, so everything, if you look right up here somewhere, all of these right here, the fire, holy, magic, poison, cold, corruption, disease, and electric, those all completely bypass armor class. And, yeah. Check those instead. I was told somebody that found 2 of those. No, they have two items. Boots and something else. There supposedly is a full set of armor. No. Is that the Wormsbane one? Is that what you're talking about? No, I never did that. Any idea how to post item links in-game from the wiki? Yeah, you gotta copy it. I don't know exactly how it works, but you gotta copy it somehow. It turns like blue in chat. There's an item link below the picture. There you go. Yeah, click on that, and it'll allow you to link it, and it shows it as blue text in game. Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah. Did we figure out what the Wand of Restoration does yet? Because I'm wondering if that's part of it. Oh, that's all it does? Okay. Yeah, I just figured you throw it in there like and restore the boots with the Wand of Restoration kind of thing. Take it even further, they could be setting up the field for hybrids to have their own encounters, so Tower of Corruption. Yeah, they could. They could. I'd hope they like I'm hoping they don't do that. I mean, they could make it where, yeah, an Inquisitor against spellcasters is clearly a better tank, right? Because they're going to be able to interrupt them. They're going to be able to to steal their mana. They're going to be able to do a lot of things. So Inquisitor against spellcasters is better. I'm hoping they don't do like full areas where it's like, oh, the Shadow Knight is best in this zone, and the Fighter is best in this zone, and Paladin best in this zone. That would feel really bad, I feel like. Because then it's like, oh, well, you know, am I going to can my Cleric go in there? Like, what if the best gear in the game drops in the Shadow Knight zone, but the best gear for the Fighter? You know, like, it's just going to feel really bad if they do that. I really hope they don't do that. But if they have specific encounters, like an encounter that just does all magical damage, then the Inquisitor might be the better tank for that. So stuff like that would be the direction I feel like they should go. But having like an entire zone, that would feel bad. Like if they make the Paladin so much better at tanking undead than everybody else, so that if you're ever fighting undead, you only ever want a Paladin, and then they have half the game is undead, you know, like it's just gonna feel weird. So it just depends on how they do it, how they balance it. Entire zone, yeah, I agree, that's bad. But encounters would be okay. Yeah, I would be fine with that. Like, I think that's a great idea. Like, I was thinking like the Elemental, the old Lord Baron, whatever his name was, that was in Ancient Crypt. Having that actually do auto attacks that are like fire auto attacks, it would make the Inquisitor a really good tank for that, you know. Other news, you think the bee's going to get nerfed? It will. Yeah. By how much, I don't know. Yeah, it'll get nerfed. It's well, I don't know. I mean, technically the bee doesn't need to be nerfed. It needs to scale with level, though. Having a 30% slow that's 0 mana cost basically makes a low-level shaman worthless. Like, it just makes him worthless. You would rather just have a different healer, because you have a Beastmaster that has a slow. That's the main thing that they're going to cast for, like, hard encounters. Like, it's almost too good of a slow for low level. But once you get high enough level, the shaman now has a 50% slow. Clearly, that's better. So, I don't know. I think it needs to be balanced. I think it needs to scale up based on level. It only has to last though for 5 seconds. Because then it's once you stack it, right? So you do it for 5 seconds and then put on another stack. So it needs to last for 6 seconds, and then you can keep it up all the time. If I spam, consider fighting first stack often is gone before the bee casts it again. Yeah, I have to try it. I have to try it off. Try it out. I mean, I spam it. I use it as soon as it's up. So every 5 seconds, I'm using that slow. I don't let the bee or the wasp cast it itself. Like that, it casts way too slow for that. I think what their idea though is they were gonna change it to like a 5% stacking slow, so it's a max of 15% instead of 30%. But I honestly don't know. Like maybe they're gonna make the other pets better somehow. But nothing is gonna really beat the wasp pet. And the thing is, because you can't swap your pet until level 50 effectively, you can swap it as much as you want, but it's difficult to do until level 50. Most people are going to level up one pet. And then if they have multiple pets, they won't do so until level 50. So I personally feel like they should, at up to level 10, you can have one pet. When you hit level 20, maybe, you get a second pet. You get level 30, you can have up to 3 pets. You know, something like that. Where as you level up, you can unlock additional pets. Instead of being, oh, at level 50, you can all of a sudden open up and have as many pets as you want to swap out as many, like, that to me is silly. As it is right now, it's a bit disappointing when you see a Beastmaster join a group with anything other than a wasp. Oh, yeah. It's awful. The only time that it's useful is, like, Hoku here has the bear pet. And his bear pet has a lot of health, and it can off-tank fairly well. So he can throw his bear pet on something and off-tank it while we're killing something else. So that can be beneficial. But the wasp pet can do the same thing, right? It ultimately can do the same thing. Like, I think that the bear pet should have a lot more health, a lot more threat, but do way less damage. And it's made for, like, tanking for a group. Or, like, a small group. But it should never replace a tank. Just like a DPS pet should never replace a DPS. The wasp blow functioned the way the tooltip implies. It's too much at low levels. Yeah, it is. Disc. I hope if they're going to reduce the number of classes who can have pets, they really start to focus on the collectible or rare pets. Yeah, hopefully. Do you think we're going to see a traits rework before EA? That is the plan. The devs have said they are planning to rework the traits before EA. It kind of needs it. Because, like, right now, some traits are just far better than others. Some racials are far better than others. Magic resist is OP compared to most things. I I wouldn't call it OP, but it is definitely nice to have, yeah. I don't think it's OP, though. Sure. Okay. Sean says he wants all of them to be available by in-game, right? All of the traits? I have no idea. It sounded to me like you're going to pick a trait, and then you're going to be able to level up the trait. But maybe they're going to have something where you can get like something where you can get like you can unlock traits as you play. And you can unlock more of them or something. We'll do it on the next one. You want me to pull another one back here or no? Okay. A rat rogue? Okay. Raggy. Oh, is it? There's another behind us. Alright. Alright, if it comes around, I'll grab it. Oh. Did it stealth in? Okay, I need to see invis then. I didn't see it. I assumed it was not stealthed anymore. Yeah, you can pull it. I'll grab the name when it comes. Have you found any cool weapons, armor since being 60? Flaming swords, cool proc chances? Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. Oh, wrong one. Now it confused me because it said Plagueborn. And then I realized it was capital letters. It's like right here where we're standing somewhere. So excited for what rare is coming. Yeah, we'll see. You never know. Could be good, could be junk. In this dungeon, I have found both. I've literally seen some of the worst items in the game and some of the best items off the same mob. Good ones? Oh yeah, those are good for cleric. Yeah, this can be cast. There's so much wisdom gear in this dungeon. So much wisdom gear. It is nuts. Like, if you're a healer, I mean, I guess it's good because it incentivizes healers to come here. Healers would be all over this dungeon. Yeah, there's a lot of good items. The thing is, like, the common items on some of these mobs is just absolute garbage, which it shouldn't be, in my opinion. They should be at least halfway decent. But the rares are oftentimes the best in the game. We're just going to have to do all this again, though. It's going to be fun. I'm actually looking forward to it, to be honest. Like, hopefully, you know, we're some of the first people on the server hitting level 60. So that we can be some of the first people to come into the dungeon and just farm tons of this stuff. That's my hope. But we'll see what happens. I feel like camping anything here is going to be a pain in the... It is. It is a huge pain in the butt. Huge. Like, you see us right now to do this, we have more than a full group here. So it's like... You kind of need to have... Like, you could do this with a group, right? But you're going to be pulling a lot slower. And it's really tedious. Yeah, we have 3 enchanters, actually, yeah. This just feels like the Kunark upgrade from regular EverQuest when Kunark hit and everything was just harder. I died so many times in, like, Karnar's Castle trying to level up. It is overkill right now, honestly. I'm bored. Yeah, I mean, this is overkill for what we're currently doing, for sure. Once you don't need XP, it probably makes more sense to bring more people and distribute loot. Yeah. There's a couple people that need XP, so they're in the XP group, which are like Dula, Sam, and Druna here. We formed the XP group, and then we have the other people that are outside of group that are just kind of helping. First mistake was leveling Karnar's Castle. We didn't know. When you first, when Kunark first opened, it was like, well, where do we go? What do we do? We didn't know where to go. We didn't know how to unlock Sebalus, because that was a key access you had to get. But yeah, Karnar's Castle was rough at the beginning. Train Central. But I leveled there from like 50 to 53 or so. And then I left. Karnar's Castle was fun. It was fun. I enjoyed it, but it was rough. But I had like, when I hit 50, well, I was 50 for a while before Kunark came out. So like I went in there with over-geared players. So we were able to do it, which is partly why we were doing it, because everything else was just, everything else was over-camped. Even Karnar's Castle was over-camped, but it had fewer people in it because it was so challenging. Yeah, P99 players don't really understand. If they didn't play original EQ and then go into Kunark for the first time and go, like it was a different game trying to figure it all out. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I didn't know Sebolus was a thing until I was like level 55. I didn't know it existed. And I had a friend of mine tell me, he's like, oh, by the way, there's this access quest to get into Sebolus. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, come do this, come do this. Like, and he took me around. He's a druid. And he took me around to a bunch of places, got the access quest done, and then I sat in Sebolus until 60. Yeah, that's the best part about it, is playing a game that nothing's... That's why, like, I feel like Alpha was so much fun and Beta's been so much fun. It's honestly, it's figuring things out. That is the reason. We'll go back to the earlier part of the conversation earlier in the stream where people were like, why race to the max level? That is why you race to max level, because you want to be the people figuring it out. It's fun to figure that stuff out. And if you like level... If a bunch of people hit level 60, they figured out all the stuff, and you're still level 20, it's just going to spread, you know, very easy. Like, everybody's going to know everything. And it doesn't feel the same, you know? It's one thing I absolutely love about this game is trying to figure out all the quests and the different XP locations, what mobs drop what item. Like, think if you were the first person to find the flowing black silk sash, or the first person to find the short sword of Yakisha, or, you know, like all of those things, like the first people to go and do that and find those items, it's just really cool. It's fun, you know? Torching the corpse in that room. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy was rough. Even though he was like one of the easy raid bosses, he would rock everybody in the early game for sure. People putting their names, tags on gear, screenshots. They uploaded Alakazam. Yeah, it was really cool. That's one thing I loved about EverQuest 2 is as items were discovered in EverQuest 2, they were uploaded automatically to the server to be able to see by other players, and it showed who found what item first. That was super awesome to see. You didn't know that? It's a really nice touch. Yeah, it was really cool. They had like their own website where you could search players' names and just look at all their gear, and then you could click on their items and find out where the item dropped, who found it first. You could see who the richest players in the game were. Like they actually listed it out, the richest guilds. They had a lot of information like that. It was basically, they created their own Alakazam. They took that down. Eventually, yeah, it was gone. But it was there for the beginning of EverQuest 2. Currently reading about how difficult DBG is, making it for people to cancel their subs for EQL. Oh, really? Is it difficult to cancel? Is it like Final Fantasy XIV difficult? I always found signing up for Final Fantasy XIV and like I always felt that was really, really hard to do. Signing up for it, canceling it, it's really annoying. Was in the first group of 6 that figured out Sebulous access on my server. Got the first Froglock Bonecaster robe. My wizard, such a good era. I love that, yeah. First people to get like a fungi tunic. What else was out of there? Out of that dungeon that was like highly sought after. I mean the Cobalt. Didn't the all the the warriors wanted the Cobalt, especially the Shrink Bracer. Was that in Sebulous? I think it was. The upgraded haste belt, yeah, there was one of those in there. It was super cool to see all that stuff. Remember getting my bracers on your Ranger, infinite arrows? Yeah, that was another really cool thing to have. I wonder if they're going to have an arrow clicky in this game that summons arrows. Like, I don't think they will. I don't think they want to do that. Like, I think Rangers and Archers are just going to always have to craft. Oh my god, move, mob. Jeez Louise. +57 spells off the Juggernauts. Oh, yeah, yeah. I remember getting all that stuff. It was so much fun, man. I wasn't even one of the first people in there, but we still had fun, like going to find the new stuff and figure out the dungeons and crawl around. Like there weren't YouTube videos showing paths to get through things, you know. Feel like arrows should last longer. I think that archers specifically should have like items, maybe like a quiver that has a chance to not use an arrow. You know, like a 10 or 20% chance to just like give you more bang for your buck. Chance to retrieve arrows. Yeah, they have an ability. Well, did they keep the ability with the archer change to where they can get arrows off corpses? I don't remember if they kept that ability or not. Speaking of clickies, love the Invis vs. Animals cloak. Yeah, that might go away. We'll have to see what they do with that. They took away Invis vs. Animals out of the game for some reason, but their cloak is still there. What's the best way to allocate stats and character creation for Necro and Enchanter? Right now, I would put as much charisma as you can into them, but that might change when we figure out what they're going to do with charm. I personally feel like Enchanter should get a lot of benefit from charisma. Like they need to get their mana from charisma, their damage, the amount of like damage they do, and mana drains, and like everything that they do, I feel like should be based on charisma. Well, maybe their damage could be based off intelligence or something. I don't know. But I think they should get a lot from charisma. Their mezzes should be based on charisma. They're like a resist chance on them. Because I just feel like int casters in general just want to maximize as much intelligence as they can, and they don't want any other stat. Like intelligence and then stamina. And that's it. Where did that drop? The animal, Invis animal cloak? I'm pretty sure it's a Beastmaster item that you get from the Beastmaster quest, isn't it? I don't think you're wrong, especially not after seeing these drops here that are... Oh, yeah. 1020 charisma. Yeah, there's a 24 charisma staff that comes out of here. There isn't a Pegasus cloak that has levitate. Boycotting. They don't want levitate at all. Invis vs. Animal cloak is a Fey... Yeah, Fey side Beastmaster chain. Yep. Yeah, they don't want to put levitate in at all. They want to have like a slow fall, but not levitate, which is what levitate was supposed to be in the first place. But I think the idea is slow fall means that if you go off of a cliff, you stop and you fall slowly, but you can't move forward. Whereas levitate like allowed you to move forward while you were falling slowly. So yeah, we'll see what they do, but they don't want to have levitate. I guess people broke the game with levitate in EverQuest. I do miss getting places. I shouldn't have gravity with gravity flux. Yeah, I mean it's really cool, but that's the thing is people they abused it. So now these devs don't want to put anything in that people abuse. So they actually take things out as they find abusive like abilities that can be easily abused. I personally feel like they should fix it, like find a way to fix it rather than just remove it, but you know, whatever. I'm in a different tradable cloak, the rat fur cloak, all not on the wiki. I haven't seen that one. I only know of the Beastmaster Invis cloak. This is coming back to the conversation about Koth. Yeah, I personally feel like Koth should be in the game. They just need to make it where you can't abuse it. You know, make it to where it's like a longer cooldown, or it requires components, or you need multiple people to cast it. You know, something. But removing it, I think, is a bad idea, or was a bad idea. Did you guys finally get into the mushroom platform? We got onto it, yeah. That mushroom platform is rough. Rat fur cloak. Oh, this right here? Okay. There you go. Invis versus Beast Clicky. Yeah, I don't know where that one's from. It's not really too useful though. I thought it was weird that they took out Invis versus Beast. And they were like, we're taking out Invis versus Beast because regular Invis works. Guess what, devs? It doesn't. Regular Invis does not work on all beasts, which was the whole point of Invis versus Beast. So, like, I don't know what their plan is with that, or was with that. It's a weird thing. You use the shaman thing to get up the ramp from the blue side? We did that once, yeah. I mean, there's a couple ways you can get up there, I think. But we did use the shaman thing to get up there once, yeah. Oh. A lot of stuff happening here. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Like, I guess we didn't get mezzes on the way in, or something happened. Things can go sideways quickly here. Spot you're in now, is that the Plagueborn? That mob does spawn over here, yeah. Yeah, we killed it a minute ago. Esar coming in with the gifted subs. Woo! 10 gifted subs. Big boy with the gifted subs, my friend. Welcome to no ads to those that got the gifted subs. Whew, that thing was wrecking me. Mr. Mojos, thank you so much for the sub as well. Oh my goodness gracious. Moms get stunned and they just get stun locked down there. It helps out though, like they're doing AoE stuns when they come in to get mezzes off. And like double AoE stuns. It's really helpful. But it just means that I can't move the mob for a minute. Well, I can't move the mob for like 10 seconds. This is about perfect time for another guild to move into one of the spots y'all cleared and then petition a GM. Yeah. And be like, oh, well, you can't camp both these areas at once. And it's like, well, clearly we can, because we did. Yeah. Yeah, the play nice policy absolutely has some flaws to it. I talked to some sweat lords, and they tell me that the best setup currently is Inquisitor Cleric. Has also a shaman that he logs to buff and rebuff. Necro, Atterbury, Rest Beastmaster. I mean, yeah, that's the cleric is a good healer. Inquisitor is very good. Yeah, I mean that's Inquisitor Cleric's good. But notice that he logs in the shaman to buff. That's the whole point, that you have a shaman, right? Like, shaman is a better class to have for your healer because of all of its utility. You don't need the cleric. It's too hard of content to pull that nonsense. It really is, yeah. This content is definitely too challenging. Right now it is anyway, but who knows what's going to happen on EA. We appreciate the working nicely we did with Rampage last night. Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird situation. Like, we were kind of coming in and you guys were sitting there camping. It was nobody got mad at anybody, at least that I saw. Nobody got mad at anybody, and it worked out all right. I'm just glad that they drop in here. We don't have to go farm giants. Why is this mob not moving? There we go. Cleric is a better healer, they say. Shaman is just a buff bot. I mean, yeah, Cleric is technically a better healer. Yes. But it's not a necessarily better healer. So the shaman, like, generally speaking, you're not going to just have a shaman buff bot, right? Somebody's going to level up the shaman to be a buff bot. So for a group, a shaman is the better option. But if you have a buff bot, a shaman buff bot that you can have, then sure, yeah, do it that way. But not everybody's going to have that. So it's kind of silly. We were just trying to get across the bridge by those little shroom boys. Spawn 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. Getting across the bridge is a pain in the butt. Yeah, that mushroom bridge, man, that's rough. That is rough. Because you got to pull the mobs across because they knock back. If you stand on the bridge and try to fight, nope, you're done. You're done. Enjoy work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll have to be heading out here before too long. Don't want to, but, you know, got to do what you got to do. How are Wizard, Necro, Shaman in groups at high level? Any good? Yeah. Well, Necro and Shaman are okay. Or Summoner? You mean the Elementalist? I thought they said Shaman because... you're talking about the Elementalist? Elementalist is the best in a group out of those three. Because it's pets. It's got... its pets have, like, special buffs, especially the Wind Pet. A Wind Pet in a melee group... You're gonna get feared. Wind Pet in a melee group is really, really strong. Necromancer's okay because you're gonna send in Pet and then just slap a dot on there. You have some mana pumping. You know, if things get hairy, you have you know, some utility that you can use to feign death and stuff. The Wizard feels bad in a group setting. I don't need it. I've got one. I probably should use them more often, but no, I didn't. But yeah, the Elementus is definitely the best out of the group. About 50 minutes. I need to leave by like 2 o'clock. But if somebody wants to play me, I mean, you guys can keep going. If it was early access, I wouldn't go out tonight. But since it's still beta, I'm not too concerned with it. Bard any good? No, Bard's terrible. I wouldn't say so. The melee is not outperforming casters now. Question about elementalist pets. Mine is only level 8, but it doesn't seem he hits any harder with a two-hander and one-hander. It's got the same band. Yeah, they're... So, my understanding of how they work, I don't know exactly, because I haven't really tested it myself. But my understanding is that weapons only affect the delay of the pets. And then you could actually summon, like, you could summon weapons as an elementalist that will add procs to the pets. And that's about all they do. I've tried giving them two-handed axe or scythe for double hit from air pet buff, but they didn't seem to hit any harder. Yeah, I don't think that they do necessarily. I don't know. Like, I haven't messed with it, so. But you're also level 8. You're not going to see a huge difference. If anything, you'll see like a 1 or 2 damage difference at that level. Give us something good. When is the release? Looks fun if they can nail down the mechanics environment. Release, or well, early access starts October 1st. Oh, look at that. That's new. Good now that they've changed the stats on the crafted jewelry. So much charisma gear. Now they're going to nerf charm and nobody's going to want charisma gear anymore. Said anything about wipes in EA? No wipes during EA yet. No wipes. They will have fresh start servers for 1.0, but they're not wiping early access characters. Thank goodness. Because I don't want to level again. I'll do it one more time for EA. You probably do it again for 1.0, trying to chase world first kills. Nah, we're just gonna do them in early access. Like that's not gonna be any different. Like we'll just play our early access characters when 1.0 comes out and do world first kills. They do the summoning class. Wait for a second. They have an elementalist, which is close to the summoning class. It's not the same, but it's close. Have the Elementalists gotten the rework? Not yet, no. Yeah, we're still waiting on the rework for them. Paladin, I think Paladin's coming up next, and then I think Elementalist is right there behind it. Another 2,000 invites? Wow. They're trying to get as many people in as they can at the end here. Yeah. What do you say? I can't hear you. Yeah, I'm only gonna be here for like another 30 minutes. I gotta go though. But y'all have holing now, so you should be good. What do you need to do to be considered for one of the invites? Just register on the website. Yeah, so you create an account on the website, and then you do a drop down from there, and then you can opt in. So you just opt in for a beta key or beta access, and they randomly pick people every Friday. I'm lucky again, waiting almost 2 months. Oh no! Yeah, it feels bad, man. There have been people that have been waiting for years and still don't have access. They already send the invites out. They sent them out for today. They'll send out more next Friday. They do it every Friday. Yeah, definitely check your spam folder and stuff. I've heard people that had access for months and didn't even know it. I mean, it's not a lot of people that happens to, but it has happened. Yeah, early access will be here very soon. Yeah, we've only got a few weeks, like I would say 3 weeks left, and then they're gonna take these servers down anyway and prepare for early access. Like the beta's not going up until early access ends. So like mid September ish. Checking it all the time. Never lucky. Yeah, it's a bummer. Bummer, dude. Well, think about it this way. People that are not lucky are often not unlucky. And here's why. Because really bad things could also happen to you. And those don't ever happen. That would be you're very lucky that a bad thing happened, right? Very. Look at it that way. You just normal things happen. You're just normal. You're just average. I don't know if I would rather though live in a world where like I'm just average and everything is just average, or live in a world where I get really good stuff and I get really bad stuff because I'm just constantly, you know, swinging all over the place. Can't wait to play. Yeah, I feel you, man. It'll be here soon enough, and then you'll probably be like, okay, I'm tired of this game now. Put in too much time. Well, I might actually just dip out here 30 minutes early since we have an extra tank. And just go ahead and head out. Get a little extra work in, you know. Since I've got a replacement here. I will be back on though tomorrow morning for a few hours. I gotta work again tomorrow, so I'll be only on for about the same amount of time tomorrow, which is gonna be around 9 a.m. until about 9, or from 9 a.m. until about 2 p.m. or so. So I'll be doing that again tomorrow. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. You guys are awesome. Love answering the questions. You know, feel free to ask me whatever questions about Monsters Memories. I'll try to give you the best answer I can. And I'll be streaming this game a ton. So, yeah. Anyway, take care. Have a good one. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all next time. Bye.